I've been thinking recently there is.
If there's
It's
Hey. I feel like
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in, everybody. Manu, congratulations with the first. Danny with the second. Keko with the third. Also, fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. I can be late. I can show up whenever the fuck I want. Danny, thank you so much for the resubscribe with Amazon Prime. Hello, everybody. Keko, congratulations on getting paid. And I'm excited to get that bat. But welcome in, everybody. It is Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. Hope everybody's having a good week so far. Because it is hump day, chat. We are in the middle of the week, which means everything is all downhill from here, just like society. Society's all downhill from here as well. How's everybody doing on this Wednesday? So I streamed till 5 a.m. last night, 5:30 last night, about 5:30 this morning. Sorry, I streamed till about 5:30 this morning, and winter is over. Ice is still a piece of shit. Yeah, fuck ice. But I streamed till 5:30 this morning, and we finished Jedi Survivor. We finished Jedi Survivor. There were 3 different bosses last night that took me 2+ hours to finish. Right before I finished the last boss, I said, I'm giving myself 1 more hour to finish this boss, and it took me 10 minutes at that point. But we're on a Hunger Games era? No, we're not, Danny. We're not even close to our Hunger Games era. You'd be saying that there'd be like an opportunity to get freedom for your area, get resources for your area. We don't even have that. I love ice. My favorite ice shape is round. My favorite ice shape is melted. My favorite ice shape is evaporated. But anyway, welcome in, everybody. I honestly didn't really know what to do today, but I had a bunch of videos that I wanted to do react content to. So that's what we're doing today, if that's okay with you all. If that's okay with you all. Okay, so I'll need the rules for when to drink then, since you will not be dying in video game. Every time I pause a video, you should take a drink. Oh, thanks, Danny. You're the best. Thanks for making me stand up. I feel like you all hear that I don't work a day, and then you're like, oh, fuck him. We're going to make him stand. And then you hear that I worked for like 2 rounds, and they're like, oh, fuck him. We're definitely going to make him stand. But thank you, Danny. Thank you for looking out for my well-being. And people wonder why I don't put better channel redeems, because all the channel redeems you all love are ones that I don't like doing. I just want to point that out. Sorry, I have to intently monitor the controller. I have to intently monitor the controller. I like my ice covered with pepper spray. I mean, that's good. That's good habanero covered ice. Someone say marbles? I don't know. Did someone say marbles? God, no, please, no, God, no. Pecco hates marbles. I said if a ghost said no redeems he likes. Can I get a fuck ice for marbles? Fuck ice. Fuck ice, chat. All right. So I got a bunch of videos. We got some political ones. We got some kind of fun ones. I don't really know where to start. So let's start with some kind of fun ones. Communism explained in Minecraft. Unless y'all are gonna redeem something. Unless y'all are gonna redeem something. Oh, also, I was told I need to fix something. I was told I need to fix something. Becca yelled at me. Said I needed to fix something. I'm fixing shit, chat. I'm fixing stuff. Oh boy. Oh, that's the one that's the problem. This looks like a businessman when he zoomed in. Hey, hey. You don't know if I'm wearing pants or not. Just saying. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, communism explained in Minecraft. So chat, I'm gonna post. Same thing I always do. I'm gonna post the link. Be sure to watch it alongside of us. And then if you like the video, give it a thumbs up, which y'all better like the videos. People work hard on these fucking videos. Like he'll yell at me for working 40 plus hours with overtime and he doesn't take anything to the company potluck over the holidays. Yes. Yeah, I'll yell at you because you're working too much. Anyway, chat, here we go. Communism explained in Minecraft.
In 1848, two people named Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels published a work called the Communist Manifesto, which outlined the collapse of capitalist societies while giving rise to the topic that we're going to learn about today, which is communism. And now, fast forward to the date 2025, where me and my Zero Skin will teach you the basics of what this economic ideology is. In today's video, Communism Explained through Minecraft. I hope you enjoy. So first, we have to understand what a
Dude, I love how you went from the Red Scare to videos like this. Wait, is this a... Wait, who is this? Do we know this person?
Communist society looks like. So let's go to a village called the Snow Village and assume that they have a fully communist society.
McCarthyism and communism explained by Minecraft? Yeah, well, I'm starting with this one, and then I plan to go to the other ones eventually. Like, the fascism through Minecraft will be funny.
In a communist society like this one,
You're pausing too much already? Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Spicy Water. Maybe you shouldn't be drinking while you're watching stream. Not saying as a society. Oh.
No private ownership, no money, and no classes. Let's explore what these mean. Starting with private ownership, one of communism's biggest features
What's McCarthyism? Is that a genuine question, Danny? Because if it's a genuine question, I can answer it for you. So there's a politician. There was a politician back in the day, McCarthy. I can't remember his first name right now. Joseph McCarthy. He was a senator from Wisconsin, and over a period of time, I think it was like 5 years or something like that, he literally would bring people that were alleged communists, or, well, he'd call everybody left communists and socialists and stuff. He would bring them in front of Congress, or he would arrest them, or something like that, but he'd bring them in front of Congress. Well, one day, they brought a communist in, and he just fucking eviscerated them on national TV. And then he was stripped of all of his titles and everything like that. But that was like the start. That was like the peak Red Scare era, when everybody was saying better dead than red and shit like that. I was thinking about Paul, and I don't think it's the correct person. It is not the correct person. Also, go ahead and throw on those subtitles there, teammate. Thank you. I appreciate you reminding me there. Echo.
That there is no private ownership of production infrastructure. Farms, factories, mines, and all production would be owned communally. The people, or in this case the villagers, would own it. This means that they make decisions on what to do with the resources produced, instead of a private entity. Now let's say that there's a villager who lives in the Snow Village. We'll call him Bob. Bob works at a farm and has just finished a full day of work. So how is he paid? This is where the second point of communism comes in. The lack of need for money. Bob is not paid emeralds based on how many hours he has worked on the farm. Instead, he's actually only given what he needs. Right now, it's only food and water for him, but let's say that he marries and starts a family. Now he needs a bigger house and he needs more food and water. So that's exactly what he's given. He still works the farm job with roughly the same hours, but now he has more because he needs more. This is a key difference between communist societies and capitalist ones. You're not paid based on how much you contribute, you're instead paid in how much you need. Zooming out into the bigger picture,
There's more nuance in the whole no money thing, obviously. Yeah. Well, the no money thing is like, no accumulation of wealth or anything like that. Like there will still be some kind of money because that's what you need in order to efficiently redistribute resources and stuff like that, and to be able to purchase luxury goods if you would like luxury goods. But overall, all of your necessities are going to be taken care of, so there's no fucking reason for money to really exist.
every villager in the Snow Village works to produce resources that are then reallocated to everyone based on their needs. This basically makes the use for emeralds obsolete, as resources are simply produced and allocated, making buying and selling non-existent. Now the third feature is the disappearance of classes. This one is pretty simple. Everyone works, and everyone gets resources based on their needs, so no one is any richer or any poorer. Everyone is employed.
There'll be money for things like luxuries, but basic needs, food, water, shelter, meds will be provided. Keko, are you on mobile again? Are you on mobile again?
And so no economic classes exist. Now another reason for the disappearance of classes is that there is no government in a full communist society. Villagers are self-governing and are allied because they are all working toward the greater good. So the need for government is pretty much non-existent. But wait, you might be asking. This sounds way too good to be true. I mean, everyone working toward the same greater good? When was that ever a realistic expectation? And if you thought that in your head, you would be 100% correct. The truth is, there has never been a fully communist society in history. Because
I mean, in modern society, but like literally the tribes that we used to live in back in the days were fucking communist societies where everybody contributed. Everybody contributed and everybody was given everything they needed. And everybody had free time and was able to like raise a family and everything like that. But I understand what he's saying. I think the American me is trying to come out. No, Danny! No! Push it back. Push it back down.
this kind of society has many utopian aspects that can only be achieved under
Because I just thought, ain't no way one person would want to be in control. Whoa, Danny, that's not how communism works. Communism is a democratic form of government. Was it free time though? I mean, it could have been free time. I mean, they were like fucking singing and creating religions and stuff. That was free time. Someone burrito me ASAP.
very ideal circumstances. So then what about nations like communist China and the Soviet Union?
I'm in the mood for
What are all of
tacos.
those
Nice.
then?
I think I'm gonna make tacos tomorrow because I need to go food shopping tomorrow.
Well, to truly understand those kind of societies, we have to wind it all the way back to capitalism. And then from here, we have to ask ourselves, how do we get to communism? Now, the reason we must ask this question is because communist societies can't.
Oh. Spicy water. Also fucking. There was time for fucking. I'd argue that was free time.
just appear out of nowhere. They must become one from an existing society. And all societies right now and in the past pretty much run under capitalism. Even in Minecraft, all villages use emeralds and trade. Even in the Nether, piglins use gold to trade and barter. So capitalism is pretty much everywhere. But how does a village, like say the Leaf Village,
We had mac and cheese. I made mac and cheese for the first time along with wings. Ooh, that's a good combination. That's a lot of calories, but that's a good combination. I mean, when you only last a few seconds, well, that sucks. Wait, back then they actually gave a shit about like, no, I guess they probably didn't understand. No, they probably understood pleasures. They probably wanted to make sure the other partner was pleased. If you're pleasing the partner before you get to the deed, then lasting a few seconds isn't that big of a deal. Just saying. For the man. I mean, to be fair, it was good for like once a month. Well, I mean, that dude needs to get better then. That's all I gotta say.
Go from a capitalist society to a communist one. Well, this was a huge theory that Marx and Engels proposed.
The Aztecs and the Mayans knew what they were doing.
Villages split up into two classes. The working class, known as the proletariat, and the ruling class, known as the bourgeoisie. To demonstrate this, let's say that a villager named Mr. Villager, I know, real creative, works under a company called Explosion Inc., a privately owned company. Now, the person that owns that company is a man named Set. Since he owns the means of production, Set is considered the bourgeoisie. Marx and Engels proposed here that Set's objective is getting as many emeralds and profit as possible, and Mr. Villager's objective is getting a good wage with good hours. Now, their theory said that they have a complete conflict of interest here, one that will result in Set exploiting Mr. Villager for cheap labor while he suffers. Now remember that this is only one relationship, and the Marxist theory says that all proletariats will be exploited by the bourgeoisie, resulting in everyone in the Leaf Village who is exploited like Mr. Villager to rally up in a revolution. This ends in the working class overthrowing the ruling class, and this act of overthrow
Oh my fucking god, why is it that whenever they say bourgeoisie, I get triggered, but I don't know from what?
throwing the ruling class is the first key step in the Marxist theory, and would
Is that American in you, Danny? Is that American in you that's trying to reject any kind of leftward education?
result in the second step, which is socialism. Now, socialism is an extremely broad term, as it exists in so many different countries, including the US right now. However, in the context of Marxism, socialism is the transitional phase from capitalism to communism. Say that the revolution put a man named Zero in power of the Leaf Village.
Make it
Zero
stop. Danny, that's what we're here for. That's what you're here for. We're here to deprogram.
now makes notable changes like taking control of production.
I need to keep it in. No, you release it. You let it go. You let it go. That's how you get over it.
The farms and factories, so that decisions are not driven through profit and benefit for the private owners, and instead being for the good of the people. He also exerts much more control over the economy, making governmental decisions to try and even out the wealth concentration. Now, this is the step where most of the communist nations are actually at. The reason they aren't communist yet is because of two big hurdles.
Socialist transitional governments, chat. Socialist transitional governments. Say it with me. Socialist transitional governments. Just because it says communist in the name doesn't mean that they're communists. The National Socialist Party or the Nazis were not fucking socialists.
One of the hurdles is because once leaders like Zero gain that much power over the economy and many aspects of the country, that tends to not end with them giving it up for communism. Remember, communism involves handing the power fully to the people, where they can then self-govern. Historically, though,
I have to put the Mexican in my Mexican American. The American is last for a reason. Mexico is pretty fucking based. Like, they literally have shit embedded in their constitution where they have to, like, take care of people and everything like that. Socialist transaction. What was the last part? Socialist transition. Socialist transitional government. The Democratic Republic of Korea isn't democratic. Well, you could argue it's more democratic than fucking the United States because they still have a similar system as China where they have local elected boards that are more influenced by the local population and everything like that. But yes, they are ruled by a semi-authoritarian state, but it's not nearly as authoritarian as we've been taught. Similar to how the Soviet Union was not as well. The Soviet Union was claimed to be an authoritarian country under Stalin and everything like that, but it's literally been left out of. It was literally in CIA unredacted files that it was a more decentralized government than we were known to believe. Fuck, I can't think of words right now. Lesser of two evils, but I can run for president. Nice.
Leaders like Zero
Danny
instead
for
will
Mexican presidenta? Wait, Mexican president or American president? Because American president, you can be an American citizen, but you have to be born in the United States. You can't be born outside the United States unless you're on a military base. Which Rafael Theodore Cruz was born in Canada. Mexican? Okay.
evolve into a much more authoritarian regime in which power is only given to the government.
Was born in Mexico?
Taking it away from the very people that wanted it from the
Kind of
revolution.
jealous, Danny.
They often will exercise their power
Mexico's
and make it a
pretty
one-party system, and this is where you see many of the historically communist countries having a very oppressive government. Now the other reason comes from individual incentives. Imagine again that you were a village
Born to American presidents doesn't have to be on a base. No, as president, you have to be born. No. You can be born to American presidents and get American citizenship. But to be president, you have to be born on American soil. I believe. I'm pretty positive on that one. Which is why if Ted Cruz got the nomination, there would have potentially been a constitutional crisis. If Democrats weren't pussies, but we all know they're pussies and they wouldn't have pushed on that.
You're living under a communist economy. You have absolutely no way to make your living situation any better. Sure, everybody is employed, but people with big hopes and dreams cannot make any of that a reality. If you are a worker, your only purpose is to work and live off of the resources you are allocated. There is no potential for greater success or any higher financial gain. All you do is work and serve your country, and that is an extremely unfavorable incentive for many. So even if Zero were to hand the power over to the people, those people in the long run would not be able to work for the country alone. That reason is not strong enough, and the communist system would crumble. And that's about all I have today for communism and Marxism.
Well, it was a good video until that last minute and a half.
This is one of the coolest things to learn about, and hopefully I cleared up some mystery around this very infamous subject. Anyways, some side news is that I graduated from high school. It truly feels so...
Oh. That makes sense. That fucking makes sense why they had that take at the end.
weird, but I'm gonna keep making videos through the summer. Now that I'm done with school, it's time for me and Zero to revolt. And that's where I'm gonna go. So best of luck with your studies, and bye-bye.
What was the take he said? He said that in a communist society, the only incentive would be for people to work with the resources that they have for their country, and there's no potential like upward movement, mobility and everything. But you're literally contradicting what you were saying earlier when you literally fucking said that there is a classless, moneyless, stateless society. Like the whole point of doing that is to responsibly distribute the resources amongst the people, and then you can literally have the free time to do whatever the fuck you want, whether it be fishing, which Karl Marx literally talks about all the time, fishing, or learning more, or I don't know, fucking creating art, or creating some kind of like coat or something like that. Yes, you don't have a profit incentive to do it, but you're literally doing it for the love of it. And again, you would then work, and then the government would work with you and compensate you for your work in creating said product or something like that. That's how that works. So, like I said, decent video until the end. I mean, the authoritarian thing was weird too. Because he said something along the lines of like, oh, people aren't going to give up their power. So that's why the communist states, you have authoritarian people in power. And I was like, that's like the opposite of what you were saying, because the capitalists would be the ones losing their private stuff. So wouldn't that make it Wouldn't those people have more incentive to be authoritarian than the communists? So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be watching that channel anymore. If that's their take on shit. One of the other perks is that there are various spaces designed for socializing with those around you. Very nice infrastructure to be used by all with all. Yes, that as well. You would also have time to socialize with your coworkers and your neighbors and everything like that. Because ultimately, we are one large community and we are trying to do the best for everybody. Because what's best for everybody is usually best for yourself as well. That is called the Nash equilibrium in economics. But, all right, on to... Actually, this is a perfect follow-up. Greed is Destroying the World by Drew Gooden. This one's been out for a while. It's a good one, though. I don't know how much I'm going to stop this video, but it's pretty fucking based. Great vid. Incredible video. Excited to watch it with you, all of you. There'd have to be an authoritarian period. Well, I mean, authoritarian periods and shit like that is like, for example, a society that frowns on and criminalizes pedophilia, that's authoritarian to pedophiles and shit like that. So, hi Plank, did I miss you earlier? But yeah, so like, literally,
I feel like for the past 3
literally,
years,
if you ever make a rule against anything, that's technically authoritarian in that literal, like, area, that little structure. So there would be authoritarian in a sense that you can't own private land or anything like that, or you can't make an excess amount of money, which is the current Chinese president, President Xi's dad, was, I think he was thrown in jail, and then he was, they were sent to the farms and stuff in rural China, and then President Xi, oh, there it is, Plank, and then President Xi worked his way up through the party and then became the president. So, all right, chat, time for a great video. I'm gonna fill water as I start the video. I gotta increase the volume here.
I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit, the stock market is going to crash, the housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now, and yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed, inflation is out of control, groceries have never been more expensive, layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job, and even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green.
Bigger number, better person, chat. Bigger number, better person. The stock market goes up, therefore the economy's good, but fuck everybody else's pockets.
This guy's stupid.
The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value.
Didn't see you go live?
Invested in the S&P.
Oh, S-Cow. The last video I watched, you would have been a great person to have in here.
500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you know, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1970.
What was it about?
That's just the regular.
It was communism explained through Minecraft. The person, it was a good video up until the last like 3 minutes. Particularly the last like minute and a half was not good.
stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a
Chat. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Further away that dream is getting. Right now,
in just 15 years, the average U.S. homebuyer went from 39 to 59. Chat. Chat. If the average age was 39 15 years ago and is currently 59, wouldn't that mean that the same people that bought houses 15 years ago are likely the same people that are buying houses now? So literally the same people are the only ones that are buying houses? That doesn't feel like a good thing.
Average age of homebuyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions.
Okay, so I actually realized what they meant by K-shape economy. I didn't realize what K-shape economy meant. So basically, it shows this is the highest income people. Their wealth is going up tremendously, while the middle income people, it's either staying the same or going down. So that's the K. I did not realize that. I wanted to point that out and show that, as I always say, the only thing I know is I know nothing. So I don't know if you all knew that or not.
50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1%, and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely...
Also, don't forget that all of these fucking corporations continue to brag that they are seeing record-setting profits while at the same time saying that they can't afford to give raises to any of their workers.
Ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. Hi, I'm Upside Down, and I'm here to tell you about
Ethical Reacts, Ethical Reacts,
VPN. If
Ethical
you're
Reacts,
watching this video,
Ethical
you're
Reacts.
probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through as it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping your sensitive information safe from criminals, losers, and especially freaks. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumble onto a fake online online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area. Just by changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. If you want to try out NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee,
my shit gets blocked from Russia and Belarus all the time for like songs that are in my VODs.
go to nordvpn.com/gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. It's not going to do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no
bubble
recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only 2 paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. We gotta kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper.
Correct. And also governments are using it to go after dissenters and everything like that, which is what you're seeing with the Alex Preddy video where he kicked a headlight out, which it appears to be him. But they let him go, but they took a picture of his fucking face and put him in a database.
Than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it.
Speaking of AI, everyone changed their pics to Clippy. Supposed to protest AI means when AI was just there to help you, not to exploit you. That's actually funny. Clippy's based. Clippy's based.
Even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists.
That reminds me that Erica Kurt made TP USA employees use paid time off to mourn Charlie. Yes. And then also made them work like 20-hour shifts too. That was a fun fucking leak. For those that are not caught up, there was a TP USA call leak from 11 days after Charlie died, and she was absolutely fucking giddy that they had 275,000 people go to his funeral celebration and the amount of money that they made on merchandise and everything like that. So she was like giddy about it. And then also a video just leaked of a teleconference, which Erica Kirk was on, which was like 5 days after he was killed. And she was just like, not distraught. So.
And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't...
Also, if you work for an organization that advocates against fucking labor rights, of course, they're going to fucking be the worst people for their own labor.
use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their—
But yes, let's not use as much renewable energy as possible. Let's fucking get rid of all those solar panels and everything like that and all those windmills.
Customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert.
Whoops.
But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple.
But it's worth it. It's worth it. We just need to collect all of your data. We just need to collect all of your data and train it into the AI so then we can use it in the future. Chat. Don't let them gaslight you. They literally are going to need to continue to collect data to better improve the AI and everything like that.
In just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that—
Yeah, you. Why are tomatoes red?
Oh, yeah, I got it. They're blue.
And now, why are they red? Why are tomatoes
I
red?
need more water. Give me 1 second.
I could just ask him about the environmental damage.
Nah, I got it.
How do I turn you off? No, I don't even care anymore. Please stop
It's
killing
called
us.
lycopene. They're red because of a chemical
It doesn't
called
matter.
lycopene.
Yo, Google.
power, this stupid fucking technology, are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not.
Yep. Also, chat, say this all the time. Profits are privatized, losses are socialized. It consistently happens throughout all of history. When the wealthy parasitic class loses money, us as a society props them up, despite the fact that the only reason that they lost money is their own fucking fault. And then when we prop them back up, all the profits that they made off of our backs, they get to keep. Make it make sense.
Enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their fourth yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down.
This is a video I'd love to show. This is a video I'd love to show what Drew was talking about, what that these wealthy people will spend money and not even know that it was gone. This is a great video.
I tripped everyone out today. And I'm going to do it one more time because you didn't see it, Conrad. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, watch this. Conrad, everyone knows this and you know it too, but when you see it, it's different. Ready?
I like your ponytail.
W Reckful? RIP Reckful, yes.
Here, there it is. That's a lot of money. That's what we can hope at best to make in a year, you know, doing really fucking well. After taxes, that'd be crazy to make in a year, right?
Right.
That's a lot of money. All right. Now, we have someone named Amhai who is top Twitch donator of all time. He has like probably $1 billion, right?
Right.
There are people in the world with $1 billion, regardless. Okay. Anyways, $1 billion, that's a big fucking number. We can see that there's a lot of zeros on top of the 100,000, but we don't really.
Is it me or is stream jumping around? I am not seeing any dropped frames or anything on my end.
Feel it. You don't really feel it until you go like this. You know it's 10,000 times more, but here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 500,000. Copy paste that. That's $1 million. Okay. Then we have to go 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 million. Let's copy paste that. That's 10 million. Okay. Let's copy paste the 10 million. That's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100 million. Okay. Let's copy paste the 100 million. Okay. That's 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 billion, okay? And now I'm Amhai, and I'm going to donate Soda Pop in $100,000 like this.
Was that the delete key?
Yeah. And now we're going to try to find the money that we're missing now. Okay?
It's on the right. It's on the right. I see it.
Do you though?
There it is.
You saw it. It was right there. But it's kind of hard to feel it. If I put it somewhere in the middle, you guys probably wouldn't find it. But you know what? You wouldn't find it for sure. Let's donate $2 million to my good friend Vinruki. And he could... Actually, let's donate this. Let's donate fucking $4 million. He could probably live a swell life with $4 million. Here, I'm Amhai. I'm giving Vinruki $4 million. Real quick. $4 million. I actually do not notice it's gone. I can never find it again. It's really difficult. You know, because it's just lines missing. I'm not going to count my lines. There's so many. Jesus fucking Christ. I could actually... Hold on. Real quick, let me buy, like, the most expensive fucking Bugatti or, like, limited edition Lamborghini for $2 million somehow. And let me just drive it over to, like, a valet. Let me leave it there. And I'm going to get really drunk, and I'm going to just... I'm going to go home with my friend, and I'm just going to leave the Lambo there, man. I don't even want to pick it up. Because you know what? Next day, let's buy it.
Dude, chat, I didn't realize this. The fucking anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism running through the fucking Twitch chat while it's happening is pretty fucking bad.
Another one. Okay, we got another Lambo. It's cool. This one has a nice... I like yellow. You know what? I don't like yellow. I'm going to buy green. Okay, green Lambo. Okay, no, hold on. Let me just... Normal price Lambo. Let me buy a normal price Lambo for like 5 of my friends. It's like 300K. Okay, 300K there. 1 friend. 2 friend. 3 friends. Okay, let me buy it for the rest of you.
And you like this?
You guys all have Lambos. Oh, wait, I want another Lambo for myself. Okay, there we go. We're chilling. Okay, let me see if I still have any money left. Hold on. Looks like I got a little bit.
So, I'm sure many of y'all have seen videos like this with, like, grains of rice and shit like that. This is a great fucking visualization to understand how much $1 billion fucking dollars is. Now, think about Elon Musk, who has, like, almost $500 billion. Jeff Bezos has almost $200 billion. Like, it's ridiculous. Oh my God, but they're cash broke. All their money's tied up in the market. Yeah, but what they do is they use that money that they have in the market to get a fucking loan from the bank, which they don't fucking pay taxes on. My favorite way is to ask how long is 1 million versus 1 billion seconds. Yeah, I like to do that too. That's a good one too. What, a million seconds, is that like a million seconds like is months, and like a billion seconds like 32 years or something like that? And trillion seconds? Yeah. Yeah. So I like to show that one from time to time. Millions, 2 weeks. It's a great video. I just got to find one that doesn't show the anti-Semitic chat now.
A notch, because you're kind of making shit terrible.
But that was on
everybody.
Reckful's channel, so whoever's getting his estate would get payments off of that. 1 million seconds is 11 days, 13 hours, 46 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here. If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapse.
Yeah, we had it so good that Twitch now makes me run fucking ads every hour to avoid pre-roll ads for any new viewers. I run it at the top of the hour. I run 3 minutes of it. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But anyway, here comes a 3-minute ad break now. Chat, I'm going to use this time to refill my water. Use the Nego ad emote if you're stuck behind the ad. And then let me know when you're back, because this is actually a really important video to watch. Be right back, chat. Oh, Spicy Water, thank you for the hydrate. Can't wait for Elon to be my big, beautiful trillionaire. Yeah. Also, fun fact, all these billionaires that are building these fucking space programs, are doing it to try to become the next trillionaire. Because what they're going to do is they're going to launch all their space shuttles and stuff to asteroids, and they're going to mine the asteroids. So that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. We got that to look forward to. As if $1 billion wasn't enormous of enough of a number. We get to see trillionaires. Now, granted, before we even get there, we might be getting like a Fallout world here, because it's easier to think of the end of the world before the end of capitalism. Happy Wednesday, sweetie. I'll be here lurking with major love and support, rooting you on as we conquer the week. Support is the spark that turns a midweek slump into a launch pad for greatness. Let's lift each other up and make this day shine. Mama Bear, thank you so much for the kind words as well as the lurk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chat, go give Mama Bear a follow. She is a kind and wonderful person. She deserves all the good things. But please give her a follow. Mama Bear, you came in at a perfect time while we're waiting for the ad to play and everybody to get back. Googly eyes. Dude, what game is Sarah Diddle playing? She's literally playing the ads. These are the games that the ads on like social media are all the time. Greed is a great motivator. My drive comes from the need to consume chocolate. Without it, I am nothing.
Is this how you go to war? Totally.
All right, chat. The ads are done, but I'm gonna wait for Jara.
What game is
To
this? I
answer.
didn't think it existed. This is Last War Mobile. Oh, all my guys just died. If you can believe it. It's the game from the ads. And also, the game
Oh,
that has all the drama.
wait, is she playing it on a computer or a tablet? Fuck it. Let's get back
I
to
know.
the
What's
video.
up, Ghost? How are you? What are you up to? Are you gonna stream Rust? Have you streamed Rust? You're in my chat and you're streaming at the same time? Bro, I want to be there to watch you.
You tell Ghost to stop chatting and start
Rust.
streaming. My bad.
Yeah,
My bad,
Firefight
Auto.
Last Warring.
Fuck.
I'm on your stream. Hi, guys. Can you tell Ghost to stop chatting and start streaming? Bro, he's in my chat like crazy, dude.
If you had $1 trillion and you spend $1,000 daily, it would take you 1 billion days or 2.74 million years. Brother, it costs money to build data centers and concentration camps. That's right, Otto. That's right. Oh my God. Chat, it's fucking time. It's fucking time for Marbles on stream. I'm sorry. If only Spicy Water had fucking redeemed it at the beginning of the ad. And then it could have been prepared for you all. But it's time for Marbles on stream. It's time for today's version of Marbles on stream, chat. For those that have not been here before, for those that have not participated in Marbles on stream, what we do is we do 3 aces. 3 aces, 4 bets. If you pay attention, the 4th bet's super duper easy. So pay attention. Pay attention to who wins and where everybody places and where all the points go. Do not redeem. I just discovered these redeem things. Do not redeem. You just discovered them, Spicy Water? You've been in here for a long time. Anyway, chat. Here. Oh, God. 16 races? No. No, not 16 races. 3 races. 3 races. 3 races, 4 bets. Do not redeem. I don't... What do you mean? What are you talking about, Otto? What are you talking about? Anyway, chat, exclamation point play if you want to join the race. Exclamation point play if you want to join the race. But Spicy Water, you can also gamba. You can gamba on this. If you found the redeems, that means you can find the gamba. But chat, time to find out and put your money on the line. Does everybody finish a race? Does everybody finish a race? Yes or no? What I don't subscribe to? You don't have to subscribe to gamba. Exclamation point play if you want to join the race. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play if you want to join the race. Exclamation point play. Chat, 30 seconds. 30 seconds to get your bets in. 30 seconds. Oh, come on. I know there's more of you that want to play marbles in there. I know there's more of you that want to play marbles and make sure that Otto doesn't win. Otto, this might be a chance for you to win. There's only 3 people racing. We're doing marbles too often, or we're not doing it enough. Yo! Someone dropped 40K? I can't afford heat is on. Thanks, Trump. Inflation's out of control. All right, chat. Last chance to get in. Last chance to get into the race. Otto, you should have made your bets. Then you could have afforded heat is on. Last chance to get in. Going once. Going twice. Exclamation point play. And we are off. Here we go, everybody. First race of the night. Who is going to be our winner? We will find out. Chat, down we go. Back up in the air into the loading octopus. Everybody's taking their own way. Spicy Water, Bite Stick, and Ghost. This is my first time playing marbles. Oh, we're popping your cherry, Spicy Water. BRB, I'm going to make popcorn for Fallout. Hey, it's a good Fallout episode. I watched it this morning. It's funny. Oh, Bite Stick drops on down. Bite Stick drops on down. We're going to find out who's going to find the hole first, or if one of them has a hard time finding the hole. Oh, Ghost gets pegged a little bit, but that helps him find the hole. Ghost finds the hole, dropping on down through the tube. Bite Stick trying to find the hole as well. Though Spicy Water jumped out to a huge lead. Spicy Water actually found the hole before Ghost? Well, that makes sense, because Ghost has such a hard time finding the hole. Or did Spicy Water get an extra boost from somewhere that I didn't see it? Spicy Water needs to find the next hole. Spicy Water needs to find the second hole. Spicy Water dropping on down. Ghost trying to work their way down the steps and trying to shrink Spicy Water's lead. Spicy Water expanding their lead. Bite Stick also working their way down the steps. I have to zoom way out because of Spicy Water's enormous lead. How many holes are there? As many as you need. Spicy Water into the escalators. I'd say this might help Ghost catch up, but it will not, because it will take Ghost a long time to work their way through, while Spicy Water picks up speed, except there's a gate. There's a gate right after this section of the map that might hold up Spicy Water and give Ghost and Bite Stick a chance. Spicy Water is held up. Spicy Water gets held up a little bit. Ghost is still behind. Spicy Water can't get moving forward, but Spicy Water hits the speed burst into loop-de-loop. Ghost isn't even at the gate yet. Spicy Water hitting the giant cones. Spicy Water getting held up and hitting every single potential obstacle. Ghost desperately trying to shrink the lead. Spicy Water getting through the field. Ghost finally gets to the field. If Ghost bypasses, he might have a chance. But Spicy Water, way too far in front. Ghost gets held up. Ghost gets held up by the Hershey Kisses. Spicy Water expanding their lead. Still got a lot of race to go, but it looks like it's going to be Spicy Water, chat. Spicy Water into the gates. Spicy Water bouncing off the gate, advancing forward. Oh, Spicy Water got held up by the gate, but Ghost, here comes Ghost. Ghost gets through the hole, but gets held up. Spicy Water also gets through the hole. Oh my God, Ghost gets through the hole twice, but Ghost is going backwards. Oh, it's anybody's race now because Bite Stick is coming down the way. Bite Stick hits the hole. Bite Stick takes the lead over Spicy Water. Bite Stick takes the lead. Now Bite Stick needs to get through the rotating gates. Oh, Bite Stick had a good initial pass, but got held up on the last one, but Spicy Water passes Bite Stick. Spicy Water's in the lead. Do we have beginner's luck here? Spicy Water in their first race is leading most of the race, but Spicy Water gets held up by the gate and goes backwards. Bite Stick standing on down. Oh, Bite Stick's in the lead and Ghost and Spicy Water cannot get past the gate. Bite Stick advancing forward. Bite Stick hitting. Bite Stick hitting the speed bump. Spicy Water coming up, guns blazing. Spicy Water's got Bite Stick in her sights, but Bite Stick is your winner. Congratulations, Bite Stick, on your victory. Now we need to see if Ned Ghost Rider will finish the race, or if Ned Ghost Rider will get a DNF. And Ghost is in your third place. Finisher is in last place, taking the spot for Auto. Bite Stick gets 12 points, Spicy Water gets 0, Ghost gets 0 points as well. On to the next map, chat. Everybody did finish the race. Chat, on to the next bet. Next bet is the winner subscribe. Is the winner subscribe, chat? Is the winner sub, yes or no? Yes or no, chat? Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play to join the race. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play to join the race, chat. Oh, there's Paul Wall. Paul Wall gets into the race. Paul Wall ain't missing any races now. I'm here for the music. Spicy Water is here for the animal cum music. Spicy Water loves that animal cum music. Chat, 25 seconds. 25 seconds to get your bets in. 25 seconds. Is the winner going to be subbed? 15 seconds. 15 seconds to get your bets in. 15 seconds. 15 seconds to get them in. 15 seconds to get them in, chat. All right, chat. 5 seconds. 5 seconds to get your bets in. All right, chat. Last chance to get in the race. Exclamation point play going once. Exclamation point play going twice. And we're off. Oh, this is a water slide track. This is a water slide track, chat. We're going to be slipping and sliding on the water. And here we go. Ghost takes an early lead. Paul Wall's in second place. Spicy Water in third. Spicy Water gets held up a little bite. Bite Sync and Spicy Water bringing up the rear. I can't believe Danny's missing marbles. I just want to point that out. Ghost with a comfortable lead here ahead of Paul Wall, and Spicy Water and Bite Sync are neck and neck. It looks like Bite Sync is pushing Spicy Water along. Ghost continues their lead, slowly working their way down the flume. Everybody's just riding the walls, probably slowing everybody down. Paul Wall has dramatically reduced Ghost's lead. Spicy Water also catches up to Paul Wall. Bite Sync is not out of this thing yet. Oh, Ghost hits the speed burst, going up the hill. Ghost hits the elevator. Paul Wall just behind Ghost. Spicy Water right behind Paul Wall. Spicy Water bypasses Paul Wall. Ghost adding to the potential energy to gain more speed. Spicy Water continues to maintain their second place lead ahead of Paul Wall. Bite Sync bringing up the rear, but it could be anybody's race. Anything can happen. Oh, Ghost hits the speed burst, hits the corkscrew. Spicy Water bouncing off all the cups. Paul Wall gets ahead of Spicy Water. Spicy Water hit the wall and got backed up. Ghost hits the elevator going on up. Oh my God, Spicy Water and Paul Wall caught up and bypassed Ghost. Spicy Water is back in the lead. Spicy Water will not be denied after their first participation in Marbles on Stream. Paul Wall is just behind Spicy Water. Make sure that beginner does not defeat the staple marbles that we have in Net Ghost Riders Marbles on Stream. Paul Wall trying desperately to bypass Spicy Water, but Spicy Water's throwing on the block. Spicy Water expanding their lead on Paul Wall. Spicy Water through the screw. Oh, Spicy Water lost some speed there. Ghost maintain their speed through the thing. Ghost is right there with Paul Wall and Spicy Water. Looks like Paul Wall is ahead of Spicy Water. Spicy Water goes back ahead of Paul Wall. Ghost and Paul Wall are going backwards. Oh my God, the humanity. The humanity, Spicy Water expanding their lead. Ghost and Paul Wall dropped down the elevator, but Spicy Water said, "Nah, eat my fucking dust. Eat my shorts." Spicy Water is your winner in their second official race in the Net Ghost Riders Marbles on Stream. Congratulations, Spicy Water, on your victory. Now we get to see if Ghost or Paul Wall finishes in second place. Looks like it's going to be Ghost, barring anything crazy. Ghost is your second place finisher, and now to see if Bite Sync is your winner. All right, chat. Is Spicy Water subbed? Previously subscribed, which means Spicy Water is not subbed. Congratulations, the Nar betters. The Nar betters. All right, chat. Time for the most difficult bet. Time for the most difficult bet. Who wins the race, chat? Who wins the race? Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Ghost, Paul Wall, Spicy Water, Bite Sing, Die Hard, Otto, Keko, S-Cow, Danny, or other? Chat, get your bets in. Get him in, get him in, get him in for the third race. Get him in for the third race. Get your bets in for the third race. For the dark wonky bridge. Exclamation point play, chat. Die Hard Kid is in. Exclamation point play, chat, to get in. Exclamation point play. You have 40 seconds. 40 seconds to get your bets in, chat. 40 seconds. This isn't Helldivers. What are you, some kind of bot sympathizer? Yes, I am, Haney. Hi, Haney. How are you? How are you, Haney? I haven't played Helldivers. I think that's a problem. I love horse racing. Exclamation point play, chat, to get in. Exclamation point play. 15 seconds to get your bets in. 15 seconds to get them in. Chat, get your bets in. Who wins the race? Who wins it? Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play. All right, chat, our bets are in. Y'all bet a lot. I feel like you're a lot quieter than the marbles thing. Oh, yeah, I am. Because when I turn on the filter, I have to lower it. And then when I turn off the filter, I forget to put it back up. My bad. Anyway, exclamation point play going once. Exclamation point play going twice. And we're off. See, like, this is really hot when I have this on. So I have to lower this. And then when I take it off, I sometimes forget to turn it back up. So, and we're off. Who's gonna be our winner? Ghost is in the early lead, while everybody else is in the back. Everybody's in the herd in the back. Suji looks to be ahead of the pack. Ghost is maintaining the lead. Ghost drops on down. Oh, Ghost gets held up by the spinning spindles. Oh, it looks like Paul Wall's in the lead. Looks like Paul Wall's a little bit further, but Haney's picking up some speed. Oh my God, it looks like Haney jumped ahead of Paul Wall. Spicy Water and Ghost trying to catch up to Haney. Paul Wall is stuck in the steps. Haney bypasses the pegging field and bypasses the blocks. Spicy Water getting pegged hard. Ghost bypasses the beginning of the pegging field. Paul Wall just behind Haney. Paul Wall hits the speed bumps, hits the blocks. Oh my God, who's it gonna be? Who's gonna get through the blocks first? Suji is off the board. Who's gonna get through the blocks first, whether it be Paul Wall or Hannibal? Oh my God. Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna get into the funnel? Haney gets into the hole. First ahead of Paul Wall. Haney flying through the speed bumps. Haney is your winner. Die Hard Kid is off the board. Haney is your winner. Congratulations, Hannibal Channel chat. Go follow Hannibal Channel. Go give them a follow. They're great. Also follow Suji. Oh, and follow Dairy, because I hit the Dairy button by accident.
Stop the needle. Blue success. Red failure.
Go follow both of them. Haney is your winner. Congratulations, Hannibal Channel. All right, chat. Time to pay that out. That is other. All right, chat. Time for the easy bet. If you paid attention, this should be the easiest bet. Hannibal gets 14 points. Paul Wall gets 12 points. Ghost gets 8, and everybody else gets 0. Suji, no! Suji, no! Classic. Classic. Suji, no! Suji, no! All right, chat. 1 minute. 1 minute to get your bets in. Who wins Ned Ghost Riders Marbles on Stream? Tonight's iteration of Marbles on Stream. Who is it going to be? Who's it going to be? Chat. Who is it going to be? If you paid attention, if you were here for all 3 races, this is an easy bet. But if you weren't, this ain't an easy bet. Spicy Water, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, exclamation point play. We're done with the races, Spicy Water. We only do 3 races. But get your bets in. Get them in. Who wins? Who wins? I'll even tell you who won the races. I'll even tell you who won the races. Actually, I don't know who won the first one. Spicy Water won the second one. Hannibal won the third one. Was it Bite Sync won the first one? Wait, I haven't discovered bets? What do you mean you haven't discovered bets? It's right next to the redeems. It's right above the redeems. 5 seconds. 5 seconds to get your bets in. All right, the bets are in. The bets are in. Time to find out who our winner of tonight's iteration of Ned Ghost Riders Marbles on Stream. And on mobile? Yeah, it should still be there. It should still be there. It should be in the same window as the redeems. Third place, Hannibal Channel. Second place, Spicy Water. And your winner in tonight's iteration of Ned Ghost Riders Marbles on Stream, Ned Ghost Rider! Woo! I win, chat. Don't forget the name of the game is Ghost Always Wins. Ghost with 20 points, Spicy Water with 14, Hannibal with 14 points, Bite Sync with 12, Paul with 12, Die Hard and Suji with 0. Congratulations, Ned Ghost Rider, on your victory, as well as Spicy Water's Beginner's Luck with the victory in their second race. All right, chat. Time to go back to React content with Drew Goodins. Greed is destroying the world.
Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort.
Wow.
We win, they win. In
That's
1943,
crazy.
Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we got to make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all want to live in a better world. And as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy because this is literally how companies should be fucking run. And instead we run it in this fucking dystopian goddamn system that we're at.
To contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, two of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue.
Okay. We need to actually talk about this because it's not your entire income is getting taxed 90%. It is everything above a certain number is taxed at 90%. So if, for example, as a society, we decided, hey, anybody that makes over $10 million, everything that you make after $10 million is like taxed 90%. That's how tax brackets work.
Continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man. I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism.
These are the fucking old people that say all the time, oh, I paid my way through college. I paid my way through college. Yo, well, fucking tuition was like $100 a year. Tuition was like $100 a year and minimum wage was like $6. It's currently $7. It hasn't fucking changed since 2009.
The way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working
No, why would we do that? Why would we look to the past and see what worked in the past?
class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government. We don't owe you shit. We're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly. The deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one...
Spoiler alert. They didn't. They did not.
One thing we know about rich people is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but
it's also the Laffer curve, too. For those that don't know what the Laffer curve is, it's a big bow-like curve where they believe that if you lower taxes, that tax revenue goes up. The only time, chat, this is the Laffer curve. This is the Laffer curve. It's called the Laffer curve because the person that made it, its last name is Laffer. It should be called the Laffer curve because it's fucking hilarious that people actually believe this shit. Okay? So basically what this says is whatever the tax rate is, you could actually increase tax revenue. So it's saying, oh, our tax rates are up here. So if we lower the taxes, we're actually going to increase in revenue. The only fucking time this has ever happened in history was literally when right before the Great Depression, they severely cut taxes Tax revenue went up because they cut taxes so much that people didn't fucking hide their income anymore. That is the only time throughout all of history where tax revenue has gone fucking up, when tax rates were lowered. And they were only lowered because there's no reason to fucking hide the money anymore. So chat, when you hear somebody talk about cutting taxes and trickle down economics and everything like that, remember this fucking curve. Because these people think that we're on this side of the fucking curve. They think we're taxed over whatever this number is at the peak of this curve. We're taxing people on this side. So when you lower the taxes, tax revenue is going to fucking go down. I need to do basic economics video. Also, Spicy Water, thank you for allowing me to sit my ass down.
It's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new
So basically what you're saying is we need to invade Iran. Yeah. Dude, it's always a good idea to invade a country that you have no long-term plan for and have literally sanctioned the shit out of for fucking decades. And you are literally the one that installed the current regime.
approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became...
Okay, chat. Most corporations nowadays are nothing other than fucking banks. They don't actually fucking produce anything. Yes, they're producing like little fucking goods, but the quality is dog shit. They're just banks. They're just fucking banks. And then they just fucking print money. That's all they do.
Became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely...
To be fair, during the New Deal, there were significantly more unions and therefore more labor laws and everything like that. So it was actually more difficult to lay off people. And it's not firing people, it's laying them off.
He instituted the rank and yank system where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay. Then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did.
This is why every company is just a fucking bank, and every single fucking company, all their goddamn stock prices is all speculation. It's all a bubble, chat. It's all goddamn bubble. The entire stock market is fake. It's so fake. It has never been more fake than it has ever been.
Did make it bigger, and in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been higher. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about.
Okay, that is kind of fucking insane. That is kind of insane that they don't even use their own fucking products.
Now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment.
Companies are becoming banks, chat. Companies are becoming banks.
Investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like,
wait, this doesn't make any sense.
The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy.
I currently own a GE product. I own a GE product. My ice machine that makes the little nuggets that you see in my glass is a GE product. I ended up losing. When I started working, I invested money in GE and I ended up losing a bunch of money because they suck. They suck. They don't give a fuck. Why are you GE?
But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack Welch. Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things millions already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit. This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it, so they
I mean, I wouldn't say they live in fear of losing it. They should be living in fear of poor people rising up and overtaking them French Revolution style, in my opinion. I said they should only have that fear. I didn't say that poor people should violently rise up and unseat them. I did not say that. Those words did not come out of my mouth. I just said that billionaires should probably have that fear so that working class people will get paid fair wages, or billionaires will pay their fair share in taxes. That's what I said. Those are the words that came out of my mouth.
weasel their way into politics. They influence elections. They buy policy changes. They use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive?
Everything kind of sucks.
Dude, I cannot believe Peter Thiel literally fucking hesitated on that question. I can't believe he fucking hesitated on that question. He's a fucking ghoul. He is a ghoul. He is a horrible fucking human being. And he's the dude that keeps fucking talking about the Antichrist and shit. He fits the bill more than anybody else I have ever fucking seen. It's fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe that we keep fucking propping up these people
right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to SNAP benefits. Now that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like, surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of...
Also, I hate these fucking people that are like, oh, they're buying cookies. Brother, their life has been fucking miserable. They're literally poor. They could barely keep a roof over their head. Let them have some sugar to feel fucking good for a short period of time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Treat others how you'd like to be treated.
Someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than 1/8 of what we spend on defense and 1/8 of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all,
yeah, so like all these social programs are literally benefit society tremendously. If You have workers that are fucking starving. They can't produce anything. If they can't produce anything, they're not creating value. But then people will turn around and be like, well, then we should execute them. No, bro. They're fucking human beings. They're human beings. Let them be human beings. Let them live. Let them eat. Let them have a roof over their head. Let them be happy. What the fuck is wrong with you?
By definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem. That seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive.
Walmart literally survives on the United States welfare system because they don't pay their employees enough, and their employees collect a shit ton of, I don't even like call them government benefits, but collect a ton of welfare stuff.
Because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it.
This is the ultimate fucking American. This is the ultimate Americanism ever. Everybody is a fucking temporary embarrassed millionaire, which is why we don't advocate for fucking employers to pay their fucking workers. Just pay your workers. Pay your workers a living wage. If your business cannot survive by paying your workers a living wage, then your business shouldn't fucking exist. It's pretty fucking simple.
In the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create? For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would. And you're like, okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price
Echo, thank you for the hydrate.
on the shelves at those stores is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into
Shut
itself.
up, commie. Are you saying Jon Stewart's the commie or I'm the commie?
Right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always
I'm just saying words.
and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying?
Also, Keko, has the yen gotten weaker since we last talked? So, like, is that back going to be cheaper for me?
buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours. It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up.
Even if they leave, they still own everything. Even if they leave, they still own everything. They said the same shit right before the New Deal, and guess what? They all fucking stayed here. Because they like living here. It's the same shit with fucking New York. With Zoran Mondani. I think Zoran literally... I think someone interviewed Zoran, and he had a conversation with a millionaire in New York City, and he just had a conversation with him. And the millionaire is like, oh yeah, I'm thinking about leaving now because the taxes you're going to implement. And Zoran goes, you make $1 million and you're going to leave New York over $20,000? I'm doing a 2% tax. That's $20,000 out of your $1 million income. That's what you're going to leave New York over? And the guy's like, oh, I didn't think about that. And Hassan pointed out, he's like, these fucking rich dumbasses have never done the fucking math. They just think any kind of taxes are bad. They've never done the math. It's fucking 2 pennies. Like what Elizabeth Warren did during her campaign in 2020 for the 2020 Democratic primary was so goddamn smart because she talked about any kind of taxes, talking about pennies to the dollar, right? So she was talking about, I don't know if she was talking about like Medicare for all or anything, but like Bernie's proposal was Medicare for all, and it was an extra 4% tax, right? It was an extra 4% tax. So an extra 4 fucking pennies of every dollar that you make goes towards healthcare for you and for your neighbor and for the person across the state. Like, why don't people do the fucking math? Also, pennies don't exist anymore, so. I think it went up a bit, but like barely. The billionaires spend more money on trying to not get Mondani elected than they will be taxed. Yeah, no, I know that too. You say Mondani's tax went up? Is that what you're saying?
A few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what? We can't do anything then? That's it? It's over? They won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want. Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end.
I have literally watched this video before, but I don't remember the exact parts, but he's literally talking about what I talked about earlier with the Laffer curve.
Of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation. But if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the
infinite growth. Infinite growth. Number always goes up. Number always goes up. The trade-off of Mondami being mayor is that we don't have pennies anymore because people might think the man with a beard on the brown coin is Zoran, and we cannot have that. Hey. Oh, no, he's African. I was going to say he's Arabic, and Arabic people are white in the United States. Remember that Supreme Court case?
World becoming a for-profit commodity from housing to healthcare is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. History shows that unfortunately sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better. And if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together.
Correct.
Do not fall for it.
Correct.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yote is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching.
Okay, chat. Give that video a thumbs up. Give that video a thumbs up. It's a fucking banger of a video. It's so good. Like, I didn't even have to pause most of the time because he just literally, he knocked it all out. Like, he laid it all fucking out there. Like, economically speaking, he fucking had all the data, all that shit. And like, I don't know how people can watch that and not read the writing on the wall. 5.3 million people watch this fucking video. Hopefully people learn from it. But maybe it's just the same. Maybe it's just the same fucking people that are like watching his videos that are libs or progressive or whatever. But chat, make sure you give it a thumbs up. Okay, let's do... All right, which one do we want to do? All right, let's go with the boy. Let's go with boy and I did a thing. The billionaire taught us how to be rich. I figure this is a fucking perfect video to follow up with Drew Gooden's video. This is a perfect video, chat. Absolutely perfect video. Getting it set up.
There's a difference between poor people and rich people.
Yeah.
You know, like poor people, they live in the third world, and
Yep.
poor people, they don't eat much food, and
Yep.
they get bombed by US drones. But rich people, they watch YouTube videos of other rich people teaching them how to be
That's right.
more rich.
That's
There's
right.
heaps of them on here, and I think we should decide to not be poor and watch these videos.
I would love that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Please.
This guy, Dan Locke.
And I retired rich at age 27. What do you consider retired? You're 40 now and you're still making videos. It doesn't look like you're retired.
I never had to work again, but I'm going to tell you again and again. Every single day, another video of how I never ever have to work.
7 things poor people do that the rich don't.
You know what poor people do? You know what poor people do that rich people don't? Poor people watch ads at the top of every hour. Because the top of every hour, Twitch makes me run 3 minutes ads to avoid pre-roll ads for any new viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. Anyway, I'm joking. If you're poor, I'm poor as well. If you're poor, I'm poor as well. But we'll see you on the other side. Use NetGo ad if you're stuck behind the ad, and we'll wait for you to continue the video. But I'll see you on the other side. I guess I'm poor people. We're all poor people. Let's face it. If you're in this chat, you're likely a poor person. Statistically speaking. I'm not. Yeah, you are, Kekum. You're poor. Now, Otto is not poor. Otto is secretly a billionaire. Okay, I don't see a Nego ad, so I'm gonna continue. I have Heavenly Riches or some shit. God damn it. Anyway.
Number 1, poor people watch TV and rich people read books.
Wear your glasses, bro. That's so fucked.
This is a common trope that rich people have. You know, fucking
Yeah. Notoriously, leftists don't read at all. That's why they're poor.
Ty Lopez.
Knowledge.
In my
Knowledge
garage, I've got
units.
books, and it's like, no.
Reading a book is no different to watching a show because there are just fucked books. Like there are so
Exactly.
many shit books.
I read Hungry Little Caterpillar like over and over and over again. Poor people watch TV. How poor are we talking? Because in my scheme of the world, the poorest people in the world can only read books because they can't afford a TV.
TV's got electricity.
Yeah, exactly.
And you need to plug them in somewhere if you're in like a bloody village.
But what Dan Locke is telling us.
Oh God, Kai Lopez. I remember a very problematic video title that he posted.
Yes.
How many hours you spend in front of the TV, and when was the last fucking time you read a book? How many books do you read per year?
Why is he so angry?
I don't have time to read books.
How many hours do you fucking
fucking books, you fucking loser? But wait. Does this count as TV? People watching him on
The title was, you want to know what the real N-word is? Was it nuclear? Was it nuclear? Like Trump was trying to get people to claim that the N-word was nuclear?
a screen.
No, this isn't a TV.
This isn't TV.
Computer screen.
This is what we're watching now. Is not. This is going to make us rich.
This is going to make us rich.
Okay.
Number 2, poor people get paid based on time. Rich people get paid based on results.
I mean, all this is true, but it's not something you can change. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just like walk into your McDonald's and be like, forget this hour by hour things. I'm going to make you the best burger in the world, and you pay me for the quality of the burger. They'll be like, you're fired. And like,
Yeah,
it's
exactly. He's just stating rich people thing. Rich people, the ones with $1 billion in their bank account. Poor people, the ones with none. Rich people, Lamborghinis.
Poor people.
Number 3, poor people, they blame others for their misfortunes. Rich people, we take responsibility for our own failures.
I'd come over to throw these sunnies off the balcony. Some poor person gets like smashed in the head.
Just kill fucking poor person. Poor people get hit by people's sunnies.
Yeah.
Point number 4.
Rich people murder people from balconies.
You see, for poor people, it's always somebody else's fault. It's the economy. It's the government. It's my boss. It's never their own fucking fault. Rich
Probably
people,
like never or something. Yeah, that would be something that fucking rich people would say.
we take responsibility. If your life stinks, it's your fault.
I really hope this is just a lead up to him committing suicide. Rich people take responsibility.
But it's also just such a dumb American thing. Like, it's your own fault. In like a country that like you can get a random disease and just become like $700,000 in
Yeah,
debt.
that's not what rich people do.
Yeah, rich people just don't get diseases.
Don't get sick.
Number 4, poor people focus on saving and rich people focus on investing. Well, here's the thing. A penny saved is still a fucking penny. You're not gonna get rich by trying to save a few bucks. You don't have a saving problem, you have an income problem. You need to earn a lot more money so you could invest.
Poor people cannot invest because they're poor. You're not helping anyone here. No, he's suggesting instead of eating, you put half that money you need to buy a bread loaf, put it in Dogecoin. Put it in the S&P
something
500,
risky.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, make some money.
Wait, let's see what Dan Locke does for money. Oh, his business is just teaching people.
Yeah. He's a grifter.
What I want to know is how you start this business. How do you start being the king of closing? Because your first job you've had is teaching people how to do this job you haven't had.
Yeah. The secret is, as long as you look the part, there's a lot of idiots out there.
There's a lot of people that just...
I mean, to be fair, they have pulled a lot of tricks by literally just throwing on like a high vis outfit. So like them making fun of the dude for looking the part is kind of funny. Wait, this guy's in satire? No. Goes, what does Rabana mean on his shirt? He wears it every video. It's a grocery store he used to work at as a kid. He talked about it in one of the videos that we watched. He talked about it in one of the videos that I watched. And like there were people that were bad faith gun people talking about like, oh, he is working for a giant conglomerate like grocery store or something like that. And he's like, no, it's just a It's just a shirt at a store I used to work at. Ghosty. Hi, Tallies. Hello. How are you? Chat. Go check Tallies out. She's wonderful. She's great. I was in, not her stream. I was in Ari's stream, and they were co-streaming together and doing art stuff. Are you Lovey? Oh, you know, just beating my consecutive days alive streak in this hellish hole that we call capitalism.
Yay. the owlbear in the background just makes me laugh. You must be wondering what I've been doing the past while. Jesus, can't do this at this late at night.
Thank you for the shouty. No problem, chat. If you're not following Tallies, make sure you're following her. Tallies, there's a chance that I'm in Hawaii in a couple months, just as a heads up. Just to let you know, I will reach out to you.
Poor.
Yeah.
They try to look for anything they can to not be poor.
Yeah, that's it.
How to become a millionaire step by step.
By the end of this video, we could be millionaires. Step by step.
I mean, how do you fuck that up?
One of the most toxic concepts and one of the most toxic ideas that you've been exposed to is this: that somehow if you make money in a very short period of time, that somehow if you make money quickly, it is a bad idea. You heard of the term, get rich quick.
You take that volcano tour? No. I don't think I'll be on that island. I mean, I could, but I don't think so.
If you're getting rich quick isn't bad. It's that the people who try to sell that to you are grifters.
It's like, no one's saying the idea of receiving the money is bad. It's that the idea of that it can happen is bad.
Oh my god.
When people say, oh, is this get rich quick? You better hope that it is. Because you don't...
You coming to Oahu? Yeah, I'd be going through that way. So.
have time to get rich slow.
We got the same haircut.
Who?
Me and Dan Locke.
You a billionaire?
I got haircuts quick.
Want to meet up? That's what I was implying, Tallies.
Keep talking about time.
But I'll let you know when I find out. I don't know yet. It's just up in the air. It's just a possibility.
Measure more in time than in just money. Let's say you make $25,000 a year. And let's say you work 40 years. How much money you've made? $1 million.
Feed into it.
There you go. That's how you're a millionaire. That's how you become a millionaire. You just make $25,000 for 40 years. That's it. Would love to meet you. Yeah, it'd be great. And then we could talk about how the Hawaiian broadcast company literally was watching my stream and then was repeating all the same shit that I was saying. Are you Lovey? Oh, you know, just beating my consecutive days alive streak in this hellish hole that we call capitalism.
Yay.
Is $1 million a lot of money? Absolutely. You've made $1 million. The question is, are you rich?
Yes.
No. Why not? Because it took you 40 years to accumulate $1 million.
What I don't understand is because, you know, this man is an idiot, but he gets a lot of views, and it's not all hate this. So someone's watching this and taking notes like, oh, playing completely wrong. Money now.
Money now. $1 million this year, not $1 million in 40 years.
Now let's look at a different scenario. Let's say you still make $1 million, but instead of taking you 40 years, you make that same $1 million within 12 months.
Ghosty, do you know which news outlet? I don't know. It was whatever the live, it was whatever the one that was live. If you go into my VODs from the tsunami, you'd see which one it is. Actually, I'll look it up. I'll look it up to find it. But I remember us talking about it, and there were like several moments where I was sitting there when everybody was in here, and I'm like, I literally just said that. Like, are they watching my stream?
What kind of comparison is this? Imagine making $25,000 a year, but imagine making $1 million a year. It was your response video, but
I think it was KHI and Lamel.
Imagine making $10 million a year.
Oh my god, these guys have solved it. Hey Dad, imagine $1 million a minute.
I know it wasn't KHON.
Bigger numbers.
You make that same $1 million within 12 months, within 1 year. Now, are you rich? Yes.
Whoa!
He's got a point.
This guy's good. How to become a millionaire? The truth no one tells you.
You have $1 million
in a year.
What is the difference? It's the same $1 million. The only difference is the time that it takes for you to make it. And the cool thing is this, when you make your money in a relatively short period of time, guess what? Now you have more time to enjoy it. Instead of waiting for 65 years.
God. This feels like it's being described to aliens who have no idea what existence is like on Earth.
Tally, it was Hawaii News Now. It was Hawaii News Now, so whatever that is. Oh my fucking god, that's hilarious. Yeah.
How like physics work. In our universe, time moves in a linear fashion. You start here, you get older.
The truth no one tells you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's just like a prison sentence. It's like serving 60 years. Prefer to serve.
Actually, I don't know if that was the only one. Do I miss frequent in Hawaii? Yeah, I miss going through Hawaii. That was fun. Hawaii was great. I just hate that like all the people that live there have to pay a extraordinarily amount of money because of the colonization from the United States of America.
Day.
True.
That means once I'm done, get more time to do
Yeah, true.
Get more time doing other things.
No one tells you that about.
Oh, it's horrible money-wise?
Like,
Yeah.
I want 100 years. I want to be in there for life.
No, think about this.
That's short
Time.
time.
With the other guys.
Now, what if you make $1 million a month? Let's think bigger.
What? He did the joke.
He knew. I swear, if he does a day, if he gets to $1 million a day,
I love the idea of sitting on a car and explaining how time works. It's like the people need to know.
$1 million a month. The person who makes $1 million a month is 12 times richer than the person who makes $1 million a year.
this
Oh my god, that's some serious great rich people math there.
is how you become rich.
What the fuck? This guy's got a problem. It feels like if someone's in a mental home for schizophrenia, this is what they imagine they're doing. You know, like it's. The people need to know.
Presentations to the psychiatrist and just $1 million. This is how I became. Yes, Dan Locke. Yes.
Rich people, we value time more than we value money. Poor people, they value money more than they value time.
Not in the way you talk about it. What are you saying?
I don't understand.
What people are like, oh, I wish I had $1 million in 100 years. What I think it is that he's really, really dumb. And he needs to justify how he made so much money. It's not because it's a fucked up system that privileges certain people. He made this money because he did something differently. But he's so dumb that all he can think of is like, what's the thing that I do? I guess I understand how time works. I guess that's something that poor people are doing. It's like,
It's pretty upsetting that someone this dumb is this wealthy. This makes me feel like we should be scamming more people. I'm just going to be a little bit more evil.
And that's why if there's something with my Bentley, an oil change, or I gotta go do something or fix the car, I'm not gonna do it because it's not worth my time.
You don't know how to do it. Firstly. There is absolutely no way this man knows how to do it.
oh, he's talking about him doing it himself.
Yeah.
I thought he's just too rich to drive safe vehicles. My car's brake doesn't work. I just don't have time. Who needs brakes? They just slow me down. It's all about time. Road safety's for poor people who don't understand you need to get places fast. I don't have time to fix it. I only need my car for leaning. Realistically.
So now I just make videos in front of it.
Now you may be saying that, well, easy for you to say, you're Dan Locke.
When people used to say value your time, I never properly understood it. Now I do. That meant from that.
Fixing my car is not worth my time. So, oh shit. Sorry, chat. My bad. I had Steam going on. I'll rewind that. Fixing my car is not worth my time, so I should adopt that into my lifestyle, and then I'll be rich. Exactly, Keko. That's why you should always pay other people to do that work. Even then, you'll be rich.
I gotta go do something or fix the car. I'm not gonna do it because it's not worth my time.
You don't know
Fuck up what you
don't
invest
know
in.
how to do it, firstly. There is absolutely no way this man knows how to do it.
Oh, he's talking about him doing it himself.
Yeah.
I thought he's just too rich to drive safe vehicles.
Has he actually told us how to make $1 million? No. Well, he said you make $25,000 a year for 40 years. That's $1 million. That's how you make $1 million, Tally. Just $25,000 a year for 40 years. That's how you get to $1 million. This man is just on Adderall. Chewing my food is not worth my time. I'll just pay other people to chew my food. Exactly, Paula. Exactly. That's how you do it.
Oh, my car's brake doesn't work. I just don't have time. Who needs brakes? They just slow me down. It's all about time. Road safety's for poor people who don't understand you need to get places fast. I don't have time to fix it. I only need my car for leaning on it. Realistically.
He just likes to hear himself talk and flaunt his money. Yeah, of course. That's there. It's called grifting. It's called grifting, Tally. That's what we need to do more often as poors. As poors, we need to grift more often. Speaking of grifters, did everybody hear the Erica Kirk? 11 days after her fucking husband was murdered, 11 days after her husband was assassinated, literally in glee, talking about how much money they made. And then also forcing the workers to take personal time off to mourn Charlie. Hassan cried more than her. Yeah. There's also another video which was like 5 days after Charlie's death, and she's like showing no signs of like grief at all. To be fair though, Paul Wall, Hassan has known Charlie longer than Erica has known Charlie.
So now I just make videos in front of it.
Now, you may be saying that, well, easy for you to say, you're Dan Locke.
Finally, people learn from this. When people used to say value your time, I never properly understood it. Now I do. From that takeaway of literally going, if you make more money in a day, that's good. You were like, oh.
You think it was a plot to get his money? Says so facetiously. I mean, I don't think there's a conspiracy. I don't think Erica hired a hitman to take out Charlie. Because, like, let's be fair. Charlie was literally doing whatever needed to be done to keep Erica. Because, like, Charlie way overshot. But there's clips and stuff from her in the past being a failed actress, which, chat, a lot of conservative commentators are failed actors and actresses. Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, failed actors and failed actresses where they just want attention. Actually, I gotta adjust this. There we go. Breaking news, Erica hired a hitman to take out Charlie. That's unsubstantiated, Kego.
That's why my time is valuable.
Now I don't know what to think about Dan Locke. If people are legitimately this dumb.
Yeah.
Like, he's doing a great thing if he's teaching people what time is. Like, I think that's amazing. If there were people out there who didn't know, then they watch Dan Locke's video and they're like, thank God. Like, I was in some kind of time loop before this. I thought I was watching this video for my whole life and now I'm finally living.
I would be annoyed if I was in limbo living for an eternity and then Dan Locke broke me out of it. I would be like, you dickhead.
I was oneness. I had it all. I was achieved nirvana.
I was eternal. How to introduce yourself? Come on.
Yo, man, this is Dan Locke. How you doing, man? Give me a high five. Nice to meet you. No, that is not how you introduce
Dude, that was such a bad
yourself.
edit. That was such a goddamn bad edit. That was so bad. That was such a bad edit. Dude, for somebody that has this much money, you gotta have better editors than that. That's so bad.
What do you mean, no? Yes, that was fucking
It's a grade A stupid narcissist like the rest of the Trump regime.
That was the best thing he's done in his whole time.
I would hire that man.
I was gripped.
Like, he immediately breaks character like he was too lame to even continue. Says no, but then does a whip hands. No, that was lame. I do not do that.
Wait, have a look at this. Oh. Oh. I hate that angle.
Yeah, it was a bad angle. That was worse than your dick angle. Okay, sorry.
Dan
Getting
Locke.
distracted. Dan Locke.
Dan Locke.
How do you introduce yourself? Or sometimes, how do you introduce others? Maybe you want to introduce this person to this person. Let me give you a very simple way of introducing yourself. My name is...
What? My name is... I'll give you a little trick. A little...
This is one that you maybe haven't heard of before.
It's like he's pretending it's entrepreneur lessons, but it's just like the most basic lessons of how to be a human.
My name is... Your hand, like this. Shake the hand. Firm handshake. Just like that. Sometimes you might do something like this. You handshake, and then you put your hand over the shoulders like that. That's good too.
He's just teaching basic fucking greetings. He's teaching basic greetings that literally children pick up.
Who gives this person the space to say all these things? I wonder how many different ways of shaking hands he's going to show us.
My name is... So if you want to be a little bit more, right, just...
He did it like 4 times. Oh my god. My name's Dan Locke. This is pretty good.
My name is Dan Locke. Shake hand.
He says so much and says nothing. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Oh my fucking god. Goddamn grifters.
It's a pleasure meeting you. See that? Very, very simple. Very, very, very simple.
Of course it's very simple. Of course it's simple, because you're not saying anything. What a psychopath. I was so prepared to like make fun of entrepreneurs and all that kind of bullshit money stuff. I wasn't prepared for this.
No.
This is not anything. This is so crazy.
When a billionaire has to teach you and how to say your name because your parents are incompetent.
YouTube's so accessible to everyone. You don't know how to say your name and you're capable of commenting. Did your parents teach you how to comment? Or are you just a fucking idiot? Like, I just... I love this. Wonderful talk as usual, Esther. I'm often inspired by you.
Are these bad bots?
I
They
think
just
they're
got the
bots.
wrong video.
Yeah.
Esther.
Great work, Esther.
Yeah, this is Abraham, Esther, Jerry. Thank you for your teaching. I wonder if we can work this out. Thank you, Esther, Jerry, Abraham, Tracy, and your wonderful, incredible Abraham Now series. So the bots are getting confused and commenting on the wrong video.
Let's see what Abraham Now is.
Yeah. So it must be like a religious channel that's also paying for bots.
He is Joe Rogan Experience of Finance Bros talking a lot and saying nothing. Dude, that's just Finance Bros in general. How much do you think he paid for the location? I don't know. Probably not a lot, because these dudes like are cheap when they fucking do this shit. He probably walked into the bar. He probably walked into the bar at the very beginning when it opened up and then just did quick guerrilla filming for like the first 10 minutes of the bar being open, so he didn't have to pay anything for it. There was this guy I knew in high school who went in MLMs and would make videos like, I bought this car, you can too if you join me. And he didn't realize the rental plates were still on the car. That's why the editing sucks.
See. Joy is the key. Joy is the key. This is much better than Dan Locke.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
I'm glad that you're tuning in with us.
Wait, do you know how many views this has?
I saw 14 million. That is insane.
What the fuck?
What the
Thank
fuck?
you, Esther and Abraham. It could all be bots, literally. This religious woman doesn't get enough views, so instead of praying, she pays bots to watch her videos.
That's the future of religion. Instead of having any kind of flock, anyone is do just
robots.
Just preaching to 1,000 robots.
I'm not going to talk to you very much right now. In fact, I'm not going to talk to you at all because I'm going to go get our friends. I'm just going to relax. Just takes a little bit of time. If you know anything about this, then you know. I'm going to go get Abraham. And if you don't know who Abraham is, good luck with that, right? Okay, here I go.
What? This is fucking
I'm
scary.
so scared.
Okay, good night, chat. Good night, Spicy Water. Hope you have a good night's rest. I'm a believer.
We are right here. We are right here, right now. And we are extremely pleased that you are here.
Oh, this is
All of these channels.
I'm too scared.
I don't know what to say. I think it just reveals a lot about both of them, especially him, that no one's watching his videos.
Well, they both paid for the same bot website, and the wires got crossed, but no one gives a shit because anyone who comments on either of these things are brain dead.
That's it. People just like, it's weird to call him Abraham, but all right, I guess Dad Abraham now. So these numbers, right, are probably very, very fabricated. I've seen that you can pay for $600, you can pay for 1 million views.
Yeah.
So obviously it looks good to have a lot of views.
It's just funny, like, comparing where the bots came from, seeing that these two are one and the same thing. This, like, schizophrenic woman who has, like, a split personality. It's just like, that's how schizophrenic he sounds. He's just, like, saying complete gibberish, and really unfortunate people are listening to him and giving him money.
Yeah, they are literally exactly the same.
Once again, Boy fucking nailing it. Boy and I did a thing nailing it. What the fuck is this? Incredible content, Pallies. Wait, you don't like watching channelers? All right. All right, let's do another fun video by 10 Envision. 10 Envision. I grew plants from soil made from fast food. Chat, once again, we are pinning the videos at the top of the chat. So while we're watching them, make sure you're watching alongside. Make sure if you like them, you give them a thumbs up, which most of the videos that we watch together on stream are pretty good and deserve a thumbs up. But chat, I'm going to start this video and I'm going to go take a leak and fill my water and I'll be right back.
Seems like every year technology gets to a level that we would have thought ridiculous as children. You can buy yourself a home that was 3D printed, take a taxi with nobody behind the wheel, and robots are doing backflips now. Something previously reserved for frat guys whose six-pack is their whole personality, and high schoolers a little bit too into parkour. Yes, I'm projecting. I wish I could do a backflip. And in the last 2 years, I've gotten pretty into growing my own plants. I've conquered growing basil and making my own pesto. I've conquered having houseplants, kind of. But this whole time, I was using the same thing. Soil from the earth, the substance that may have been holding us back this whole time. We've elevated our technology in so many ways. Why not do that with the dirt itself? This is a loamy. This is a device that lets you turn food scraps into usable soil, or at least what the company calls loamy earth. Obviously by food scraps, they mean things like vegetables and fruit, but this device can turn any food scraps into soil. So what would happen if I turned fast food into soil? Could I grow a plant from that? So I'm gonna try to turn fast food into soil, grow arugula, and make myself a salad. Let me be clear. I'm going into this with no research whatsoever. I'm essentially doing a highly produced experiment that I'm planning on posting with no actual assurance that any of this is going to work. It would actually be a miracle if it did. I'm utilizing the most highly processed foods we put in our body to grow a life form. That's like trying to teach a dolphin to drive a car. Nobody's tried it because if they did, they'd be an idiot. But wouldn't it be funny if it worked? The most research I've done has been Googling, can you grow a plant from just loamy earth? And the answer has been frequently and only a resounding no. And that's because I'm operating based on loamy earth being compost, which you can grow plants in. But loamy earth is something different. Loamy earth is the nutrient-rich, soil-like end product created by the loamy countertop food recycler, designed to be used as a natural fertilizer for plants and gardens rather than traditional compost. Basically, it's not actually compost. I would have loved...
So chat, I have an indoor planter. I have an indoor planter where I put water and nutrients. So I grow it hydroponically, but in order to grow the plants, you have to have some kind of like soil-like thing there. So I use cocoa noir. So I'm assuming that's kind of what the loamy stuff is.
For this to be real compost coming out of this machine. In fact, that would have made it a lot easier for me. Unfortunately, making compost takes a long time and also the usage of worms. And I hate worms. They're like the losers of the ground, meant to be consumed by children and fish. But that restriction won't stop me from trying to brute force a miracle. Whoa. Look at this thing. The plan is to put all the fast food into this thing. It's going to grind it up and then hopefully turn that into soil that we can use to grow a plant. One of the first things I see is a QR code answering the question, what can I put in my lo mein? I don't know if we're gonna follow that, but let's ask. It specifically says to have a smaller mix of processed foods. Batch number 1 would be McDonald's. 2 large fries, 2 double cheeseburgers, 20 chicken nuggets, and just to be safe, apple.
BDS, by the way, chat, but I do have hankerings for McDonald's, but I choose not to go. Just like I had a hankering to go play craps today. I had a hankering to go play craps today, but I didn't play. I just played, on an app on my phone where there was like no money involved, and I ended up doubling my money, but I was up triple my money at one point. But that would have been nice. That would have been nice if I went to the casino and did that in the craps table or the craps video bubble thing. But odds of that happening are fairly low.
Slices. Just to give it a fighting chance. Although I was looking at the ingredients of these apple slices from McDonald's, they also have an ingredient on them that's meant to maintain freshness and color. These are just apple slices, and they still had to add something into that. I need to fit all of this stuff right here into this. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. So it's got pickle. There's a little bit of plant life going on, but there's a lot of meat and there's a lot of cheese. As I was doing this, I started to seriously doubt how this could even come close to dirt. Well, okay, they're in there. For this experiment, I'm gonna be using Lomi's Grow Mode. This is their longest mode, taking somewhere from 16 to 20 hours. It, quote, runs at a lower temperature to preserve microbes and boost soil health. And I guess the express mode is if you need dirt like right now. Today. I'm also going to be utilizing Lomi Pods. These are little tablets you put in that are allegedly packed with powerful microorganisms, and I'm for sure going to be putting those microorganisms to work, and I'm not paying overtime. Microbacteria in there now. I guess with all that being said, let's turn this McDonald's into dirt. Okay. Oh, it's spinning. Oh, it's beginning the process. So I guess we gotta wait 16 to 20 hours before this turns to dirt. I don't know what I expected to happen here. When I got back from being out this last weekend, I got home and I've left the Lomi going, and my entire apartment smells like McDonald's. Oh my God. I had to open up the windows in my apartment just to filter out.
To be fair, whenever you fucking buy fast food, your entire place smells like that food most of the time.
Out the air that I was smelling. And I gotta say, the resulting dirt is a little bit creepy. What the fuck is that? It smells like Cheetos. I made Cheeto dirt. It's dry, but there's like kind of a greasiness to it that isn't preferable, to say the least. I think a plant would taste that and be like, guess I'm just not gonna live. This is nasty. This is essentially grease slop that I have here. What's to do now that we have all of this dirt? Well, I've got a special little friend, the dirty bucket. The dirty bucket. This is gonna live outside. Unfortunately, this batch of dirt was not nearly enough for me to do this whole experiment. This couldn't even fill one pot. So I placed the dirty bucket as far away from me as I could get it and cleaned the Lomi in preparation for batch number 2. Taco Bell.
No.
One cheesy gordita crunch.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is, oh my God.
1 veggie bowl, 1 chalupa supreme, and 3 crunch wrap supremes. I think that Taco Bell has a little bit more vegetables within it than something like
This is gonna be
McDonald's.
great.
Some of these things have some form of like lettuce or tomato in them, so there's some plant matter going on here. I feel like this one might turn out a little bit better than McDonald's did. At the end of the day though, I'm putting most of my hope in this veggie bowl here. This one's gonna take us to the finish line. And I think the thing that's gonna screw us from making usable compost is probably gonna be the crunch wrap supremes. I don't know if nature really called for that. Nevertheless, I stuffed all the Taco Bell I could into Lomi and started my next cycle. There it goes. It's beginning its magic to do horrific, unholy, godless things to this fast food. Taco Bell's done. This thing's got a little bit more dirt than I think the first round. I may have added some eggshells that I had left over from some eggs that went bad. I didn't want to put them down the garbage disposal. So if you're wondering what the white stuff in this is, it's eggshell. So it's a bit browner than the other one. It doesn't smell like Cheetos, it just smells like ground beef. It's also closer in color to what regular potting soil is, but it is still clearly not. But after all of this, I still did not have enough.
Chat, did you notice? Did you notice he had the candle burning next to the Lomi?
dirt. So I prepared for my third and final submission to the Maw of the Lomi, batch number 3, KFC. And I may have over-ordered chicken tenders, fries, mashed potatoes, sweet corn, coleslaw, and a chicken pot pie.
If you told me a year ago that I would be taking a chicken pot pie and turning it into dirt, I'd probably send you to jail. I think that this—
Oh no, that was a bad edit. No, that was a bad edit. He left some audio there.
Chicken pot pie and turning it into dirt, I'd probably send you to jail. I think that this corn might be the thing that saves this whole video. We might be getting saved by the Colonel. Now the chicken, this might cause some—
Chat, can you tell I've been editing a lot this week? Can you tell I've been doing more editing than I usually do?
problems for us. The chicken pot pie, there's not a lot, but there are carrots and there are peas in a chicken pot pie. There are vegetables in it. I saw that they had applesauce that was available in the kids meal on the KFC menu, so I ordered that as well, thinking like, might be good to have some classic applesauce in there. Didn't know I was gonna get tricked. They gave me a Capri Sun. I don't know if I'm living in crazy town, but this is very different than an applesauce.
Either way, the Lomi hungered for more grease, so I once again fed it willingly. Also, the coleslaw was far too wet.
Oh, that's barely even mayo at that point. That's just milk. Oh, I'm excited. I think this is gonna be a delicious dirt. Time to see how the KFC dirt does. The Lomi had the hardest time with the KFC. It took like maybe 48 hours. I don't know if that's because the Lomi's starting to struggle a little bit. Maybe the Lomi's starting to get a little bit depressed because it's currently operating in a job it was not designed to do. Looking a lot like the McDonald's. I don't know if that's all the corn that I added. Let's give it a feel test. Yeah, no, it's greasy. The dirty bucket hungers for more dirt. Oh God.
So I mixed all the fast food dirt together to make one final dirt.
Doesn't look that bad. All of this in the dirty bucket, I think I just might have enough to run this experiment.
But while I'm leaving much of this plant growth up to chance, you shouldn't be doing the same for your career. Which leads me to the sponsor
Ethical reacts, ethical reacts, ethical reacts, ethical reacts.
Career coaching. It seems like these days the job market is more competitive than ever. And the people who will succeed in a world like this are those who have a solid plan and solid goals, which is where Strawberry.me comes in. Strawberry.me will help you create a strategy for your career. When I met with my coach Vincent, I wasn't really sure what
So I was also thinking about these bars that they put at the bottom of videos.
Questions to
and I was like, I wonder how they do that. And then I thought about it, I'm like, no, I've literally done that.
Genuinely addressing how to
I've literally done that
video
before.
output,
It's not
which
that
I'm
bad.
sure might be a relief to those of you who want to see more than 4 videos a year from me. This was nice too because I do have a therapist that I talk to sometimes about my career worries and issues, but meeting with a career coach was very clearly different. It was more oriented to figuring out the root of my issues in direct relation to my work, based on like who I am and how my working brain ticks, and then giving me actionable steps that I could take to address them as opposed to just talking about them. Like, I am legitimately going to keep using this service because I can see how helpful it can be to talk to a professional who is directly invested in your own success and someone who will create accountability for you. Like, I'm going to check in with my coach next week and we're going to talk about how the week went. This platform can be really helpful to speak to someone who has an outside perspective on one's career. They give you tools to be able to—
They're called friends. They're called friends and family. They're friends. You can talk to friends.
find the right path for you. Plus, it's virtual, accessible, and flexible, meaning you can spend the time to take ownership of your career without your schedule taking ownership of you. So go to strawberry.me/Ted Nivison or scan the QR code on screen. They're offering a $50 credit so you can actually try it out. Don't leave your career to chance. Find the right coach and make it happen with strawberry.me. Thanks for watching the sponsor, and now to the plant store. So I headed off to the plant store to grab supplies for this experiment. I'll explain in a second, but I needed a lot of pots in order for this to work. But I also didn't really remember how much loamy dirt I had, so I bought like 2 sets of pots in different sizes. I have a lot of clay pots now. Seeing the beauty of the plants around me here made me feel kind of like a spy. Everyone else was here to
Friends, family, counselor if you're in school, coworkers if you're employed, yeah. Neighbors.
Do right by the souls of these plants, whereas I was here to do something devious and unholy. So I quickly got what I needed and headed home. This experiment would be conducted at the utmost level of scientific research. In order for us to get tangible results, we needed to have a control and different variables. There might be more to it, but that's all I remember from high school science. Obviously, we'd have our control, which is just growing a plant in regular potting soil. But then we'd start adding our loamy creation at 10%, 50%, 75%, and finally 100%, allowing us to see a range of how the plants will react to different levels of fast fast food soil.
We sort of got a spectrum going on here, ranging from it would be really surprising if this didn't work to it would be really surprising if this did work. I'm gonna make the soil
Leftist, thank you for
mixtures
the
now,
follow.
and then tomorrow will be day number 1 of trying to grow a plant using soil.
Yo, I need that
fast.
label.
This soil's
labeler.
made a name for itself clearly. We've got Edna's best
font is
potting
cute.
soil. So we're using the greatest here. I've also got a little bit of pumice. This is basically just like little rocks that you put in soil in order to encourage water to drain through the soil properly. Because I think at the higher levels of the loamy soil, that's just the water. It's just gonna suck it up.
So I went ahead and created my first mixture, the 10% loamy.
So that's about 10% loamy soil and 90% potting soil.
I also made sure to mix the loamy dirt with the soil to make sure it was as homogeneous as possible.
Kind of looks like cookies and cream or something. So out of anything involving the loamy dirt, this one probably has the best chance because it's 90% being supported by actual soil. This is one that if something grows in it, I get to say, kinda. I think the
Yo, the leftist? Yeah, it's the leftist. That's actually awesome that you got that username.
worst thing about this is that as I'm putting the dirt into these pots, the loamy dirt has a smell to it that makes me believe that anything involving this stuff is going to just wither and die.
Then I went ahead and created the 50% and 75% loamy mixtures.
And finally, the worst of all, the 100% fast food dirt pot. I wonder what this one smells like.
I don't know why I kept smelling this. It smelled almost like vomit or something far more ancient and demonic, like Mother Earth herself was crying out to stop this at once.
It's a wonderful gradient going from healthy looking dark soil to mutant. Today is the day! At the end of yesterday, I was feeling a little bit down in the dumps. Wrong! In order to achieve anything in life, you have to be positive. You have to assume.
Also, Chad, do you think he's going to forget to put something under the pots and all that nasty shit is going to run out the bottom when he waters the plants?
That it's going to work. I feel like manifestation is the biggest thing that's going to help us through this. I'm not saying I'm making water into wine, but it's damn close. Allegedly, these take 10 to 15 days to just emerge in the first place.
He's growing plants. Oh, that is true.
We won't know until a little bit more than a week in if we're even rocking with some livable plants.
See the one on the counter? Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that's fair. But it would be funny if he does forget it, though.
World, we'll get so much plants from these that we'll be able to just make a whole salad. I'll be able to do a taste test from each of these to see if the salads taste different. These beautiful seeds hold all of my hopes and dreams in them. If I was already gonna have trouble getting into heaven right now, those gates are gonna be locked when I'm done with this. This is kind of like the Hunger Games for these seeds. Like the ones that are going into the 100% soil, they're gonna live a normal life. The ones that go in this one, they're going straight to the fucking slums.
So I planted all the arugula seeds into their respective pots.
Good night, my pretties. I believe in you, loamy seeds. You got a lot rooting against you, but I believe in you. Now we gotta take these guys outside and we gotta water them.
I'll be honest, after days on end of me converting fast food into dehydrated pseudo compost, I was starting to think I'd never get to this point. But when watering those seeds, I felt the infinite potential of nature within the palm of my hand. That is until after watering the mixtures, I noticed the very stark difference in texture between the control and the 100%.
Oh my God. Oh my
God. It was like touching an evil, stinky mud. But I set my worries aside now, as all that had to be done now was wait. So I set up my time-lapse camera that night, and the grand experiment had begun.
I'm a little bit disappointed with the results that we've got here, ladies and germs. I think I may have been a little bit too hopeful. I may have had too much of a twinkle in my eye. Week one went pretty much as expected. I didn't see any sort of response from any of the dirts because I had just planted the seeds and put them outside. By the time that day 6 rolled around, we started to see some sprouts from the control, which makes sense. That is objectively the best scenario that a plant could grow. Then day 7 and 8 rolled around, and I started to get a little bit nervous because none of the other things had sprouts in them at all. I'm starting to think to myself, oh shit, I have spent so much time already on this video and it's not gonna work at all. That'd be kind of miserable. One of the first things that I noticed about the various levels of the loamy dirt is that as you go up in percentage of the fast food dirt, it gets harder. When the material reacts with water, it gets more solid. I think this is because of all of the grease. With the 100% loamy dirt, looks like the surface of Mars. And
yeah, so like as you're putting the water in, all the grease that's in the soil probably floats to the surface. It's probably what happened, and the grease on the top it's probably difficult for the plants to break through.
I don't even think that the guy in The Martian would have been able to grow potatoes from this. This is worse than Mars dirt. It is gross. On top of that, when I watered it, none of the water would even really seep into the dirt. It was kind of just sitting on top and turning into kind of like a swamp. So that was cool. That was great. So as I rolled into week 2, I was getting a little bit depressed. I was getting a little bit worried. But then on day 9, I got some actual sprouts from a loamy dirt experiment. And wouldn't you know it,
I don't think even weeds would grow with that loamy soil. Yeah, I don't think so either.
the one that Lomi themselves recommended, which was the 90-10 split. But this was huge. I now had 2 of the pots growing at this point. The control was a relief because at least that meant that I could grow a plant from seed in the first place. And the 10% was a good start. We now knew that with a small presence of fast food soil, a plant could still sprout from it. I'd taken a knife and dug into the 50-50 mix to see if there was any reactions there, and I did actually find a seed that had sprouted a little bit. But the problem is the dirt in that mixture is so hardened that I don't think that a little tiny baby plant can burst through the soil there to get to the light. They're trapped in the claws of a greasy mess of McDonald's dirt. That's freaky. I feel bad for them, but I also salute their sacrifice. I waited the rest of the week for any of the other pots to sprout, but just nothing was happening. I was like, this is miserable. I don't want to have to be like, oh, Lomi was right. 90-10 split's the only thing that works. I don't want to tell a company that they're right. Nobody wants to do that. At the very least, we've got actual plants that are growing a little bit from the nutrients that are in all of that fast food, which is kind of cool. Week 3 rolls around.
I do remember when I was in the island, I was dreaming about doing like composting and stuff, and I remember seeing stuff like Lomi on like Kickstarter and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, this would be cool to get and put it into my kitchen or something like that. I'm so glad I didn't spend the money on that.
50-50 and the 75-25 started doing some weird stuff. Namely, they both started to mold. The 50-50 was probably the worst of them. It had this sort of blanket of mold all over it. I'm assuming that's because I'm taking dehydrated fast food, putting it in a mixture of dirt and covering it in water. It could also be a curse from an ancient god. I'm not really crossing that out as a possibility here. But mold showed up and then came the flies. Even now, as I checked upstairs on the plant, there is actively like full-on flies on this Lomi mixed dirt. They also smell nasty. Any seed that's getting planted in that is just getting poison damage and dying. I possibly created a more inhospitable environment than like when a plant bursts out of concrete. Then another weird thing started happening. The 90-10 mix started growing better than the control. I was starting to see actual baby arugula leaves forming in the 90-10 mix, whereas the control reached this weird baby purple sprout stage, and it wasn't growing any further beyond that, which confounded me and still does. Like, why are you having a problem? Is it just because you live in a weird neighborhood? So we're having 10% of success right now. Personally, though, that's not enough for me. 10% of a win is not even close to a passing grade. We're on academic probation, to say the least. Things aren't going well. So I need to change a game plan here. I'm a greedy bull. I want results. I need pictures of Spider-Man. At this point, we can say with almost absolute certainty that nothing from 50% Lomi and up is going to grow a plant. It's just not going to happen. But we've also learned that in 10%, something can grow. But think about this little number. There is a 40% split in Lomi percentage in there that I have not tested. Now the experiment becomes how much fast food dirt.
Oh no. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Also, there's probably like extra nutrients in the fast food, in the food stuff that's not in the control. That's probably why the control is probably just like soil with like a limited amount of nutrients. But once you put like the fast food stuff in from the Lomi or whatever, it probably contributes it to allow it to grow.
Can I add to a mixture and still be able to grow arugula? Lucky for me, I had 6 extra pots and I had some Lomi dirt to spare, so we were gonna figure out exactly what percentage our ceiling was.
Dirty Buckets here. Been sitting outside for about a month now. I checked what things looked like today with the control and the 90-10%, and the control is still not going past like the little weird purple sprouts. I don't know what's happening with the control. If there are plant people out there that can tell me why the control is doing worse, that'd be perfect. If I was the entire scientific community, the scientific community is baffled.
This time around for making my mixtures, I tried going for a different strategy.
Last time I mixed it in the pot.
So this time I mixed
mixed it in the clear measuring cup, making sure that the loamy dirt was completely homogeneous with the potting soil.
For almost a 50-50 mixture, that looks pretty good. So with all of the seeds planted, now it's time to bring these puppies outside, water them, and just hope for the best that I win this. It's been a month and a half I've been working on this video.
Things are going all right. In that first week, we got nothing going on. But I'm watering them. I'm being a little bit belligerent about it too. I've got the fear of God in my heart, and I've got the joy of plant growing in my soul. Luckily for me, at about day 7, I was given a gift.
In the 20%, I've got a little bit of sprouts going. I have to stoke that little ember and try to make sure that it'll grow. I have no idea how that plant was able to burst out of that rock-hard soil.
That's right, baby. The 20% came through, which means that I've officially doubled the amount that Lomi said was possible. Fuck you, Lomi. I'm feeling good. Fingers are still up. They're raised high to the sky, to the heavens. I'm going to kill God. 20% has sprouted. It's growing actively right now upstairs, and it's going to blossom into a beautiful salad. That is 1/5 of the soil that this plant is growing.
That's
from.
right, Ted. I love that you stuck it to the corporation. You stuck it to him.
Is made up of 100% fast food soil. That's a lot of numbers thrown out there, but it feels good. What I'm a little bit curious about is why the 15% didn't grow. Because the 15% is like demonic. This is the worst mold infestation I've seen in any of the pots that I've planted. It is the corpse of all of these experiments I've done. So where we're at right now is, okay, I've got the 20% growing. All I need to do really is just keep it alive. And I'm really excited to see how big the 20% grows in comparison with the 10%. 10%'s doing really well at this point. I'm hoping that the new plant can get to maturity fast enough so I can try both of the salads side by side. So that's the current status.
Hi, Michelle.
This is
Hi, Michelle. How are you? Welcome in.
Of a victory, right? Please.
Unfortunately for me, I set my sights too high again. The 20% grew for a bit, but at a certain point it just stopped. This tiny little set of sprouts that managed to break through the soil were not, I think, able to get roots down below. For a couple more weeks, I watched this sprout grow into nothing but a disappointment for me. And at the same time, the only successful part of my experiment, the 10%, got further and further into maturity. So I had to make a judgment call. Here's the deal. I don't think that I'm going to get this 20% to grow any bigger than it has. I'm probably 2 weeks late to accepting this fact. 20% ain't gonna grow any bigger than a little tiny bit it is now. Which means that if I'm going to...
Ooh, I like Ted. Yeah, I like Ted too. But this is great. Hi, Sarah. How was stream?
I need to use the 10%. This has been a long journey over several months. One thing is known for sure. I kind of grew it in the 20%, and I definitely grew it in the 10%. So now all there is to do is harvest that arugula, buy some control arugula from the grocery store, and we'll see how good.
I like Ted for different reasons than you. How do you know that?
My kind of fast food grown salad is. We're finally here. We finally have our harvest of the only arugula that I was able to grow, which is the 10%. The one that Lomi said was the one that I'd be able to grow, which pisses me off to a very large degree. This has been a long journey to get to this point. I waited way too long to harvest this arugula. I waited so long. The comparison that I'm going to be making here is inherently ridiculous. I'm currently going to compare tender young baby arugula leaves to the experiment, which is 90% off from my original goal in terms of the soil content. Some of the leaves are yellowing because this is a frail old arugula leaves grown in 10% fast food compost. Maybe I should have believed the research I was doing into this, but no, I will waste 3 months of my life on growing this plant. I don't even know
Oh shit, I have arugula in the fridge I have to finish. Well, I'm glad this reminded you, Otto.
Can eat some of these leaves. They look spooky. Some of these leaves look remarkably like something I'd find in a witch's garden. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we will be comparing them. Will there be a difference? I wonder. This is a private selection small batch lemon and olive oil vinaigrette, which
he's tainting it. He's tainting it with dressing.
Sounds really good.
First, I made sure to wash the leaves thoroughly. And since I had a bad experience finding a weird worm on a basil leaf 2 years ago, I checked every single leaf individually.
All roads lead to victory in some way. I don't know who said that. Probably because I just made it up. It's important at the end of the day to have perspective. Right here is a little bed of seeds. They never got a chance to have the chance that this salad right here was able to have. Think about that for a second. Model that in your brain. We're all lucky to be alive. And maybe that's the lesson of this video. We're all lucky to be alive. Let's finish off this science project. That's a pretty good comparison right there in terms of what we're dealing with. These are our two salads. We've got our control and we've got our experiment. First to do, try a piece of arugula. Arugula-y, a little bit of sweetness in it too. That's pretty good. And now it's time to try my 10% fast food grown version.
Dude, he's so scared. He's so terrified to fucking eat that. he's so scared to eat that.
Oh, I don't know if this is because this isn't baby arugula, but the aftertaste is a little bit aggressive in some ways. There's a darkness in that. If I start glowing green, call the cops. But at the end of the day, our goal here was to make a salad. We're gonna do the serving size, which is 2 tablespoons in each of the salads. Toss the salad a little bit. First, let's taste our control salad. Oh. That's awesome, actually. I feel like I'll definitely have lemon olive oil vinaigrette in the future. That's fucking phenomenal. I set out more than 3 months ago to grow a plant from fast food to create.
Yeah, he definitely let it grow too much and it got bitter on him.
A salad. And after all this time, we finally can determine if that salad is good. Here we go. It's not that good.
Well, we just watched a 25-minute video for him to say it's not that good. Oh man. Oh. All right. I think we can watch Good Work. What happened to X? I think that's our next video. What happened to X? Saving a bunch of recipes that sound amazing. Oh, that's good. All right, chat. This is Good Work. What happened to X?
One thing that brightens my day, it's social media. Let's just say I'm a little barnyard hog who likes his feed. So
One
you can
called
imagine
Cheesy
my
Hash Brown
shock when
Casserole.
earlier this month I came across reports that my favorite social media site X, formerly known as Twitter, was caught in a scandal after accounts commanded its AI chatbot Grok to crank out naked and violent images of women and children against their will. Jeezum Crow. So how did one of the biggest social
that's
media
pretty bad.
platforms in the world
That's
suddenly
really fucking bad.
devolve into an enormous printer for revenge porn? Or, in other words, I'm here outside the offices of X/Twitter.
Did someone marry an AI bot? I don't think so. I've heard of. I remember people marrying dolls and shit in Japan and whatnot. But like one of the things that happens when you marry a doll is you still see the top of the hour ad break. Because the top of every hour, we run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. I did, but Elon deleted her.
It's safe to say that most of us know Twitter, the bird app that first launched in 2006 and quickly established itself.
All right. We'll wait for see if anybody sends a no-go ad at all. See if anybody sends a no-go ad. It wants us to wait. I don't see anything. No one is watching. It's okay. True.
As the world's virtual town square, especially if your town square is filled with attention-whoring keyboard psychopaths like Kevin Durant, every senator, Russian rage bots, and yours truly. By 2022, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, was so addicted to the app that he bought it and gave it a techno-conservative cyber emo glow-up, renaming it X, the Everything app. One of his first moves was to operate...
Literally, the dude owning him for when the Thai kids were stuck in the cave, that guy ratioing him broke Elon. Not ratioing him, but like just embarrassing Elon Musk. That's what broke Elon. Like his tweets per day skyrocketed from that moment on.
X with looser content moderation standards, positioning it as an oasis for free speech and wannabe edgelord humor. Some applauded the move, while others raised concerns that Elon's plans might actually open the door for hateful and perverted activity. Or at least more than what was already going on there. Now, prior to Elon's purchase, Twitter already had a long history of hosting a robust supply of porn and child abuse. I'm looking at you, BeagleFax. And it was a stated priority of Elon to rid the website of explicit content involving children on day one. According to X, the efforts began pretty well.
Dude, I was literally golfing with somebody, and they told me, unironically, that when Elon took Twitter, he drastically reduced the amount of CSAM and stuff on Twitter. And I'm like, what? And he was like dead serious. I'm like, all right, man, if you think billionaires are going to be your savior, then that's all on you.
With hundreds of thousands of accounts being deleted just in the first few weeks. But towards the end of last year, a viral trend emerged where users would find real pictures of women and children on the platform, then tell X's integrated AI chatbot Grok to make the images more sexual.
You can literally just look it up on there. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting.
To which it said, on it, boss.
Over the past 2 weeks, you've kind of been the face of what's been happening on Grok right now.
That might be the wrong word.
You've been the... Yeah, I can leave.
Ashley St. Clair is a bit of a roller coaster media figure, rising to prominence as a conservative shitposter before more recently woken up on the lips.
People are so addicted to their cancerous social media, even CSAM isn't enough for them to stop using it. Yeah, it's just... It's so fucking bad.
Side of the bed. She's also one of the most vocal victims of Grok's nudification frenzy, is currently suing X for it, and, it should be mentioned, has a child with Elon Musk. Folks, trying to stand out online is difficult.
Speaking of right-wing grifters,
take it from a guy who, for better or worse, tries to stand out online all the time. Now, it may shock you, but I'm only a man, not a company. However, I do understand that companies, they also need to stand out online. And if you're a company who needs to stand out online, then I implore you to check out Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a marketing platform that helps brands and companies
ethical reacts
on the internet. And when they say the internet, they do mean everywhere on the internet, not just
AI is out of fucking control. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing that pisses me off the most is it's not fucking artificial intelligence. It's just advanced neural networks. It doesn't actually create anything. And people are like, oh, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. No, it's not. It's literally making your life fucking worse. It's making your bills more expensive. It's literally going to lay off a bunch of people and then fail at everything that it needs to do.
School search results that are quickly becoming outdated.
AI is literally just a marketing tool.
Exactly how you're showing up on AI chatbots and assistants and beyond. Instead of the guesswork that we all know so much of marketing is, Ahrefs gives you real data to learn actionable things about your audience and your competitors. But don't just take it from me, take it from my coworker here at Morning Brew, Sir Lance Holt, who works in content engagement and is an enormous Ahrefs fangirl.
Especially in the age of AI search, I can't...
When it was deep learning, it was only the uber nerds that cared about it? Yeah. Yeah.
Recommend Ahrefs enough. Just the site audit and the technical SEO aspect of it just makes it insanely actionable. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's got to be a 15 on a recommendation.
15's more than 10, Lance. Right now, you can go to ahrefs.com/AWT and take the free version of their platform for a little test drive. But be careful, that baby's got horsepower. Ahrefs, thank you for sponsoring this video, and everyone, go give them a damn look.
I hear Microsoft's running out of funding for it. Yeah, I mean, they could just turn around and have somebody else fucking invest money into it, like the fucking government. Because that's definitely what's going to happen.
down to sleep, and then I received a text from a friend with a Twitter link. I opened it and Grok had undressed me, put me in a bikini from a fully clothed photo. So I immediately started talking to the robot and added him and said, hey, I don't consent to this. Please confirm that you're not gonna produce any more non-consensual images like this of me. And at first Grok said, well, you know, it's humorous, I didn't mean anything. And I said, well, it's not fucking funny. Please confirm that I don't consent. And Grok obliged, said,
By the way, chat, I want it to be known that she didn't have sex with Elon Musk. Elon sent his cum in the mail to her, and then she fertilized herself. I just want everybody to realize this. A lot of Elon's kids are not him having sex with these women. It's him jacking off into a fucking baggie or a cup and then sending it to them.
nothing else would be produced. And then what preceded that was infinite photos being produced that were much more explicit. The age that I was in the photos also
Prepare baggie for ghosts.
14 years old. They took a photo of me at 14, had Grok undress me and put me in a bikini. They had then produced images of me rubbing my breasts in this, bent over like in front of my toddler's backpack with nothing covering me except floss.
You are the mother of one of Elon's children. What has the response been like from Grok, if any from Elon, since this has started to happen and you've spoken out about it?
So I am using the avenues available and the resources available to every other woman that this has happened to. I am reporting it through the...
The issue with AI generated porn is that anyone can generate porn using a local model, even if the corpos create blocks. Yep. Yep.
platform and gauging the response time as any other individual. Some of these images are still up. Some were being removed, and then others, the ones of me underage, took the longest. They were up for, I think the longest one that I'm aware of was 36 hours.
Was Grok ever floated as a potential baby name?
I am not at liberty to discuss that.
Thank you, just had to ask that one. But
Sorry, to AFK, are they saying that people are asking Grok to make corn for them and then it's doing it? Yes. Yes, and not only is it doing it, it's literally doing it for people that are underage in photos.
It's not just Ashley that's been targeted by Grok. Madison, aka
Dude, what the fuck happened to Twitter?
Twitch streamer
Fucking Elon Musk bought it. That's what happened.
and software engineer who's been on Twitter for about the last decade.
A lot of people are finding old posts and trying to get Grok to undress me and things like that. I thought it had cooled down and that I could just make a very tame post just for my audience, wishing them a happy new year, but it still got flooded.
Maybe I can finally put my extensive collection of ghost thumbnails to use. Or auto. You could take that billionaire money that you secretly have and you can get us to 200 subscribers and I could do a shirtless stream. Just saying.
With AI image generations of me that were sexual, explicit. You know, there was full nudity. There were very explicit images just flooded, and there's nothing I could do to stop them. Like, I've had Grok blocked. I've opted out of it in settings. I've asked Grok explicitly not to generate images of me and said that I don't consent to these. And there's pretty much nothing you can do to stop it from happening.
By the beginning of January, Grok was printing out images like it was Employee of the Month at the horrifying porn factory. At its tamest, Grok was used to put people in bikinis, but oftentimes it went so far as to completely strip them, then add things like blood, bruises, scars, burn marks, oils, and other various fluids. Between January 5th and 6th, one estimate put Grok as spitting out 6,700 explicit images every hour.
Oh my God.
Huge phenomenon on X. You had thousands and thousands of people generating thousands of images a day of various people in states of undress, looking like they've been beaten to within an inch of their life. All kinds of horrible things, including, again, photos.
This is why you can't buy RAM? Yeah. I'm so glad that RAM is fucking so goddamn expensive that nobody can fucking afford it anymore. I'm so happy that we're fucking doing this. I'm so happy that we're dramatically reducing the amount of water that we are allowed to have in the water table, as well as dramatically increasing the prices of electricity.
kids, like actual kids.
That's John Herman, a technology reporter for New York Magazine, who insisted we get a guy's perspective on the matter.
At the same time, you had people at X, including Elon Musk, but also a lot of higher ups at the company who post publicly bragging about how much engagement they were getting. Not specifically
Jesus
for this, although they
Christ.
got close, but sort of pulling up charts and being like, wow, what an amazing time.
As John highlights, while X was hosting the Coachella of deepfake smut, engagement on the platform skyrocketed. For days, this was celebrated by senior leadership without directly addressing why it was happening. Elon even joked about the whole thing after he retweeted this post, which is completely tasteless. A real toaster's nipples are nowhere near there. But while the US government dragged their feet, other countries like India, France, the Philippines, and the UK started sounding the alarm and threatening legal action. And
Fucking gross. Yeah. And you know Elon was literally looking at all of those.
Why has the EU spoken out about this more than the United States? Is it because there are more women over there?
Yeah.
Eventually, the public outcry became enough that 4 days following the peak of Grok's porn spewing, X brought down the number of photos being created by limiting the image generation feature to paid subscribers only, a move that was devastating to perverts and ideal for perverts with money. By January
Oh my god, I was about to say they probably made so much fucking money on that because fucking assholes probably paid for the services so they can keep doing it. Oh my god. Dude, I love capitalism. Capitalism is the fucking best. What the fuck are we doing? Dude, I just wonder sometimes, like, are we better off just starting from scratch? Or like, is there any way out of this?
15th, the state of California had announced its own investigation into the company, and X decided to tighten Grok's algorithm and even block certain users from the image generation feature altogether in select areas. As it stands today, X said that Grok will largely prevent people from creating images of others in revealing clothing such as bikinis, with Elon even suggesting that Grok should have a moral constitution. No.
Oh, is Elon limiting the free speech of his AI? He's limiting the free speech. He's violating the First Amendment of his fucking AI. Also, chat, that's definitely going to be a fucking argument for AI bots. That's going to be an argument that's used for AI bots and shit, and has been used for Grok when Grok was saying Nazi shit. I guarantee that argument has been used. Twitter went from happy bluebird to this. Yeah. We get poorer for another 45 years and they get slaughtered by privately owned corporation terminators. 45 years? 45 years? Bro, it's going to be 5 years.
All of this seems like a step in the right direction. That direction, of course, being the one away from free unlimited blackmail porn. But to take a step back for a moment, perhaps you at home have been sitting and watching this.
Brother, we got a long way to fall. Oof. I mean, maybe the Terminator bots aren't coming in 5 years, but like, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad, and like the only people that are going to get out of it are going to be fucking wealthy people, and working class people are going to be slaughtered. They're going to be slaughtered. They're going to be homeless. It's going to be bad. How much can we tolerate the shitification of life? I think the combination of ICE shit happening and the crackdown on everything and all this shit, I think it's coming to a head. And like, hopefully things change. Like, I have been of the mind that the 2026 elections aren't going to happen. I mean, maybe shit changes if the elections actually happen, but like at that point, you're assuming that the Republicans are not going to win. Again, that's fucking assuming that the Democrats don't shit themselves, but they will, and they currently are doing it with House leadership literally telling their representatives, don't go to Minnesota. Don't go to Minnesota. Don't go to the people that are protesting the shit. Don't talk to them. Like, we have no opposition party. It's a controlled opposition.
Program, wondering to yourself, why did we all have to go through this in the first place? Well, part of it has to do with the obvious business opportunity that comes with capitalizing on horniness. It's why Green Giant Vegetables move so much product. It's also why Grok has a built-in spicy mode and waifu character that tells me I'm a big handsome man whenever I want. But I don't know, folks. Really seems like the main reason why X and Grok went goon abuser mode this past month is really just because these products are a reflection of the guy who runs the place.
How much of the current programming behind Twitter do you think stems directly from what Elon is hoping?
Oh, all of it.
All of it?
Whoa.
Right now, what
This
happened?
could be stopped with a
That's
singular
crazy.
message to an engineer. And I've watched him bother those engineers over a lot less.
From the beginning of his ownership of Twitter, it was just purging the parts of the company that would have handled this stuff by default. You would have had people in trust and safety, which has now become sort of like a boogeyman term for people on the tech right, because it was associated with a lot of the controversies over, you know, Twitter censorship and content moderation and stuff like that. But that's just the industry formal name for the teams that handle like truly horrible stuff. And
Dude, I love his backdrop for these interviews because they're like the most unserious thing ever. It's so good.
Twitter has sort of stripped a lot of that stuff out, but also chosen to affirmatively sort of say, like, we're doing less. We're putting an AI model into the platform that has a spicy mode, and we're making this like a playful, like teen boy thing, but really what that translates to is thousands of people anonymously requesting that someone be nudified in public.
I do think it's important for people that have had this happen to them, for us to all stick together and for us to all, you know, learn about, try to be educated about AI and realize like what dangers it can bring and to advocate for ourselves and to keep pushing back against that. Because I don't think
I'm looking at the Grok subreddit and it's full of creeps that are angry that Grok is making nudes anymore. Jesus, isn't making nudes anymore. Jesus fucking Christ. I know that's Reddit, but like, we just have a bunch of fucking peasants having peasant brain.
we have to accept a world where it's just, okay, you just can never be online.
Imagine complaining about them on a public forum. Dude, Keko, they are people that are requesting them on a fucking public forum. You literally have to ask Grok in a public tweet to do it.
Go outside and have a picture taken of you, or you're going to have deepfake porn. I don't think we have to accept that world, and I urge us not to take on that mentality and to realize what our rights are, what, you know, legal district we're in, what laws apply and protections apply to us there, and to take action to push back against this.
And so we find ourselves here, at the tail end of a months-long scandal that appears to have been completely avoidable had the priorities of the company not been completely taken over by a maniacal horny boy stuck inside the barrel-stomached body of a near-trillionaire. And while there has been a lot of outrage that has at least pressured X into changing some of their policies, it also seems like the world is moving on from this episode as if it wasn't completely insane.
Do you think that there will be any consequences?
This is fucking mind-blowing. Like, you must have literally zero things going on. You must have zero things going on and nobody in your life at all. You must have, like, no hope in your life at all.
I wish I could predict this well. Probably not. This is tied to the broader Elon corporate project, which, in addition to having a huge amount of power and momentum of its own, has like a moral logic of its own, which is, you know, conveniently deployed. It is like any objection you raise to what we're doing doesn't matter in the big picture because we're building superintelligence and we're going to Mars and we're saving 1 million lives with electric cars, and like you getting in the way of that is you're basically, you know, the Antichrist or whatever. The question is basically, is this good or bad for Elon Musk? And the fact that I can't clearly say that building an automated like child porn generator and deploying it and celebrating it is bad for him. The fact that I can't say that's clearly bad is, I don't know, a sign of the times, or maybe I need to just sort of hang it up.
Fine, John. Hang it up. But while lesser journalists like you might throw in the towel, I remain in the arena. The arena of the internet. Towel held tight, yelling into a microphone at the richest man on the globe who clearly doesn't give two shits about his robot making non-consensual porn of people. But I give a shit. It's just what us journalists do, John. Wouldn't expect you to understand. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Well, I'm sorry I brought that to everybody's attention. See how fucking gross. To see how fucking gross X has become. Oh. Chat, do you want to have some fun? Watch, I did a thing, make an illegal home security system. I miss Tom from MySpace. Dude, that guy made so much money and has not fucking worked at all. Chat, I need to take a leak. I'm going to start the video, and then I'll be right back.
How you going? This is my mate's house, which, as you can see, doesn't work very well. And he doesn't know who burnt his house down.
Police are tonight hunting an arsonist who targeted the home of controversial Friendly Geordies YouTube blogger.
But I promised to help him by making a terrifying security system which would prevent anyone from coming near his house ever again. Now, I've always wanted to make a horrible home security system, and Jordan's house getting burnt down was actually just a great excuse for me to pretend I'm helping by making something I was going to make anyway, a face-tracking paintball turret. And to start this build, I did what I always do, and went online and just found someone that had already made it, this child. I then stole their design and code without giving them any credit. Now the child is using 2 motors to move the Nerf turret up and down and side to side. And I reckon if I just upgrade the motors and wooden frame, it should work in the same way, even with a much heavier paintball turret. And to do this, I bought a much more expensive material that children can't get their hands on. Meth, which I pressed into white sheets. Then I took it to my only mate that hasn't had his house burnt down yet and used his custom-built CNC machine to cut out the frame.
Oh god, his fucking feet, chat.
And while the machine is doing all the work, I'll tell you about Jordan's place being burnt down. Jordan, or Friendly Geordies, makes videos about Australian politics, a lot of the times about corruption within the government. And as you would expect, this has pissed quite a lot of really powerful people off. And recently, he spoke to a whistleblower named Troy, who revealed the extent of money laundering that happens in Australian clubs on poker machines, and how the people that are meant to regulate this choose to ignore it. And we actually demonstrated this by laundering $25,000 in a single day with Jordan. But after Jordan spoke to this whistleblower, his house mysteriously got firebombed, and that meant that Jordan had to go into hiding. But now Jordan's back and just released a video explaining what happened and who he thinks might be responsible. So you should go check that video out after this. But this also—
I've watched that video. It's pretty good. Friendly Geordies does pretty decent content.
That means he definitely needs security. And why would you rely on police when you have me?
Am I able to just pull these off now?
Yeah.
No.
If you're able to.
I'm not strong.
Okay, once the pieces were all cut out, I put them together. This bearing in here, this servo on the bottom, which will move the base around, this one on the side for the up and down motion, this Arduino, these bolts on the bottom so I don't have to use any glue. Then I screwed in this arm, and then put a leg on the other, and then finished it off with a little bit of hot glue to stop it creaking when it moves.
Ah. Ah. Oh.
Now, with this Arduino, I have no idea how to write code for it, but luckily I don't have to, as the child's code should work on this in exactly the same way. So I opened up my computer, which of course has Opera GX on it, the sponsor of today's video.
Ethical Reacts, Ethical Reacts.
GX for sponsoring this video.
Ethical Reacts.
Opera GX is my favorite and go-to web browser because it doesn't use all of your computer's resources for no reason, as it has a special feature which allows you to limit the network bandwidth used by Opera GX.
Chat, I have this, and that's what I watch on my TV. But like, I literally don't know what any of this stuff means while I'm doing it, but I haven't had issues since I upgraded my RAM last year.
Browser to gain performance in games and streams and enhance the overall performance of your PC. Here, look at this example using slow Chrome and now fast Opera GX. This is especially useful for me when I'm running some intense code like this and need as much processing power as possible. Opera GX is also customizable, and you can change it and make it feel really unique and special to you. It also has a lot of extensions and has the ability to add all your messenger programs on the side, which is really useful. And now, if you use my link to download Opera GX, you will also get this awesome GX Corner feature, which I love as it allows me to know when I've uploaded. So go now and use my link to download Opera GX today. Okay, back to the kid's code, which works.
Chat, I don't think that was a touchscreen. I don't think that was a touchscreen. I think he was using the mouse.
Communicating to this webcam here from the 90s, which is connected to the Arduino, and then these two servo motors, which work together to move the webcam so it points directly at a person's face.
It's finding me. Okay, let's see if I move to the side. This is terrifying. It finds my face so well. What about down here? It found me. What about up here? What about moving?
And then when your face touches the crosshair in the middle, the servo attached to the trigger fires. And it seems to find my face pretty well, but sometimes it gets confused by my wrinkly knees, thinking they are a face.
Why is it finding my knees? It's my knees, not a face.
Or even my face-shaped penis.
It's pointing directly at my cock. That's terrifying.
And now that the machine wants to kill me, it's time to give it a gun. And I bought this one, which looks pretty cool, and because of Australia's strict gun laws, it also has the added bonus of sending you to prison if you put this barrel attachment on, which makes it look too much like a real gun.
Well, Alexa, do you reckon you can put this on the end of this? Yeah, just that way, just help me push it. I just can't do it because I got a camera in one hand. Yep, and push, and then just hold all of it. Yep, there you go.
And the plan is to attach it up here on
Well, at least he got it on tape for
these arms. But I completely forgot about the gas tank, so hopefully it's weighted evenly and isn't too heavy for these servos. But I'm hopeful, as these servos have 33 kilos of torque, or in American units, enough power for half a school shooting. It should be more than enough. And this looks pretty intimidating when all together.
Oh my god. That is fucking horrifying.
Terrifying.
I definitely don't feel like firebombing my own house. So time to see if the face tracking still works with the gun and gas tank on the end.
Oi, Alexa, do you reckon you can look up and tell me if this works? Just look into this and we'll see if it finds your face. Just keep looking there. Why is it shooting?
And even though it was firing blanks, it's still terrifying.
Oh my god, that is fucking horrifying.
So it's time to test it out with some real paintballs. But there's a problem. This is also illegal. Like, very illegal. If I put a ball in a turret and shoot it in my house, the police will come and give me a $100,000 fine, put me in prison, and then touch me, which is not what you want from a home security system. But my logic is, if you are actually defending yourself from a person wanting to firebomb you and potentially kill you, then this would be considered self-defense and must stand up in court. So, just to be safe, I found a paintball venue crazy enough to let me legally test this device on their premises. Spitfire Paintball. Now, they said they didn't want to be in the video if I get in trouble with the police, but I won't actually find that out until after the video is released. So, Spitfire Paintball, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hey, how are you going? How you going?
Pretty good. I'm excited. Are you proud of this contraption? Do you think that it's going to protect you?
I think it's definitely going to protect you as long as you don't look at it. Yeah. You just always have to be looking away. And then you're going to be safe.
So you're not programming in the faces of the enemies that you want, it's just
Any face. And then you'll be fine. You just can't look at it.
How good do you think he is of a programmer? He can't do any of this. It's all faces.
Also, I didn't write this code. I stole it from a child on YouTube that made this for a Nerf gun.
But sadly, the owner did have one condition, and we needed to wear masks to prevent us from getting shot in the eyes, which means the facial recognition
I mean, it's fucking
won't
paintball,
work.
of course.
So the plan now is to get Jordan, his producer Christo, Alexa, and I to all wear shirts with the faces of people that might have a reason to burn down Jordan's house. That way, we can also test if they...
Chat, for those that don't know, the Liberal Party in Australia is the Conservative Party.
Inhumane-looking faces are even recognized by the computer as real faces, and also means we get shot in the chest. So, time for the first real test, which I decided to do as a matador.
Dude, the paintballs aren't bursting. I'd imagine the paintballs aren't bursting because there's nothing solid for the paintball to hit and burst.
Let's do it. No. Might be the best thing I've ever seen.
It's the end of the video.
And that seemed to work really well, and it was searching for real faces to shoot. So I put on one of the face shirts and got in front of the turret.
Oh my god.
Let me see.
This is why you're supposed to wear sleeves and shit.
I thought it would. Maybe it was the rubber balls on bare skin, or the...
Oh my god, it's rubber balls. It's rubber balls. It's not even paintballs. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's insane.
Fear factor of the autonomous robot, but I do not remember paintball hurting this much. So the rest of the boys gave it a go. And
I can't believe they're wearing short sleeves.
And managed to face the turret directly.
Oh, it's not turning.
But for some reason, the robot ignored the face on his shirt and decided to kneecap Christo instead.
Try to shoot your knee. Why did it kneecap you?
Before shooting Alexa directly in the face.
Oh, careful, Alexa! Careful! Careful!
He walked out.
He
walked out as a camera guy.
Her Ejeclian face. And the robot, for some reason, really struggled to recognize her as a human. But eventually, it worked.
It's just not...
And as you can see, it's actually quite hard to get hit. And to get the turret to actually shoot us, we had to flatten our shirts and walk very slowly towards the camera, which luckily is what most criminals are known to do before burning down people's houses.
Oh my god.
You're so wilty.
And after comparing our battle wounds, of which Christo had the most, we decided to run through a scenario. Jordan would lie down sleeping like he normally would at home, and we would try to sneak up to him with a petrol can and burn him alive. So now, enjoy Alexa, Christo, and I being tortured.
Oh my god. Also, is this paintball place they play with rubber bullets instead of regular paintballs? Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
And I was hit first, but luckily my apron stopped me from feeling anything, and that almost seemed to piss off the turret, and it decided to aim lower, and once again, kneecapped Christo. And the turret was working really well this time, as we were moving around and jumping in front of the crosshair a lot. But mostly, it actually just traumatized us so much that we didn't want to go anywhere near it. But fortunately for us, it crashed. So we took the opportunity to pour petrol all over Jordan, killing him. And then, to make it worse, just as his cameraman was asking Jordan if the turret made him feel safe,
Feel safe? No, not at all.
the turret crashed and shot Jordan in the neck.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my God.
So we decided to try it one more time.
Oh my God, that's awful. That sucks so bad. And he wasn't, oh my God, and he didn't even like tense up or anything to absorb the shot. Oh my God.
Just before we did, I looked down at my phone and noticed 11 missed calls and multiple messages from my mum, letting me know that the New South Wales police had showed up at her doorstep and was searching her house. And I immediately thought it was because of this video I'm filming right now, but it turns out it wasn't. And they were actually there because of this video I made 5 years ago. And after telling the boys what was happening at my mum's house,
There are police at my mom's house. I feel like I can't do anything else now.
Wait, I think they're leaving.
Yeah, they're leaving. Do you reckon they're leaving?
we all decided that my mum would be fine and we should continue with another group test. But this time, we decided to split up to give us better chances. And when we did this, the turret really didn't know what to do, and it was missing a lot more. And Alexa and I managed to not get hit at all, but Christo once again stayed in
I'd be
one
worried
place
about getting
for
hit in
too
the
long.
nuts. I'd be worried about getting hit in the nuts.
Before Alexa snuck around and burnt Jordan. And the robot once again failed to stop us. And maybe this was because the faces were too small and kind of wrinkled and hard to detect.
Oh, you got some good.
Oh my God.
So we decided to give the robot a bigger target, and the boys drew John Barilaro's beautiful face on me.
Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God, what an idiot. Oh, he's so terrified. He's so fucking terrified. It's gonna hurt. Yeah. He's so horrified of it. Oh my God.
And I don't know if you can tell by the way I'm tensing and screeching like a goblin, but this is terrifying. Mostly because my mind is trying to keep me in one spot long enough for the turret to find the face. So it looks like it's working for this video. But at the same time, my body wants to run away in the opposite direction, which resulted in me doing this strange up and down jump.
I'm done. That one really hurt? That one hurt so much.
Oh my God. Oh my God, my stomach hurts. Oh, my stomach hurts.
I've never seen your body tense that much in my life. You're like, ugh, you're like a monster. It was disgusting.
Oh.
And in one way, that worked really well, and all of us have some nasty wounds. But it wasn't enough to stop us from burning Jordan alive in all 3 tests. But I don't think he's in a position to be picky. So I welded up a bracket and went to his new address at 109 Kirribilli Avenue 2061 New South Wales and installed it next to his front door. And now, at the bare minimum, the next person that burns down his house will have some recognizable paintball hickeys on them. Thank you so much for watching. If you like that, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos.
Oh, God, I did a thing. Just, I don't know how he comes up with these ideas and then builds them. Huh. All right. I got one more video. I got one more video we can watch. And then the other videos will have to wait. But this one's kind of an interesting one. Rather than funny one, it's just kind of like a just kind of not a thought experiment, but kind of educational one. But why don't cities use hexagon blocks? This one came across my feed, and I thought we'd watch it together, chat. But then I have other videos by Ben a Minute, as well as a mini construction video about hydropower that we'll watch later. Unless y'all want to continue doing React content. We can watch that 10 jobs that keeps planes in the air. That's a lot of jobs. And that's not shocking.
What if a city was designed around hexagon blocks? Imagine it. an entire landscape filled with hexagons as far as the eye can see.
Also, I think that's what people want to do when they build cities on waters, cities on like oceans and stuff.
That's actually one of the beautiful things about hexagons. You can continuously tile them and they fit together perfectly. Now, that's also true with triangles, and you can even do it with grids, the typical square or rectangular grid, but you can't do that with octagons or circles. Hexagons have another useful advantage. They create all three-way intersections instead of the normal four-way intersections found in orthogonal grids. Three-way or T intersections have been shown to be far safer than four-way intersections, as they eliminate a particularly dangerous type of crash, where one car blows through a red light and hits a crossing car. Even better, but streets in a hexagon system meet at 120 degrees, increasing visibility. You might be saying that would be annoying if you're trying to go straight from one point to another. That's
Correct. That would be really fucking annoying.
a lot of intersections and small zigs and zags to go where you need to go. But if you're trying to go on a diagonal, an orthogonal grid is pretty inefficient too, and hexagons actually win. Hexagons also require less road per land area, as a hexagon better approximates a circle than a typical square found in a grid. This means that there's more land available for development, and it's just more affordable for development in the first place. But maybe you want some parks. Well, how about having one hexagon dedicated to a park with hexagons of development surrounding the park?
Yep.
Then repeat that pattern.
Yeah, that's what Benjamin Franklin, when he designed Philadelphia, that was the plan. Every 4 blocks, they were going to make a park or something like that, and then Philadelphia grew too big. But Savannah, Georgia, took that same idea. And then implemented it, and that's why one of the reasons why Savannah, Georgia is so gorgeous. Who of you bastards redeemed marbles? Meanwhile, I wasn't here. Spicy Water did it, Manu. Maybe you should have been here.
Never more than 2 hexagons away from an open space. I know you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. If hexagons are so great, why don't we have cities full of them? Well, let's uncover that mystery after the bike bell. Okay, I'm gonna spoil the video right now. Why don't we have hexagon blocks? The answer is more or less cul-de-sacs and loops. As the suburbs started growing in the US, we just defaulted to using cul-de-sacs and loops. But there was a dedicated group out there, real hexagon heads, who said that our blocks should have 6 sides. And you won't believe how close the US got to having hexagon blocks in the suburbs. Perhaps the first person to sketch out a city based on hexagons was New York architect Charles Lamb. In 1904, he was living in Manhattan and basically hated the grid system there.
Yeah, so the other problem is the cities fucking are established already as a grid system. So you can't really do this. You would literally need to start building a city from scratch. But all the areas where a city would be prominent have kind of already been taken. I mean, you could make sections of the city in a hexagonal grid. Or if you have an area that you think is going to become big, which China, during the 2008 financial crisis, literally built a bunch of cities in areas where they thought that's where a city should be. Now, they didn't fill those cities initially, but now that all the cities are fucking bustling. Just went to make a special dinner and missed a canonic event here. It's fine, Manu. Otto says that we're doing marbles on stream too much. Otto's saying we're doing it too much. So you're going to have to fight with Otto on that one.
He said, the artistic possibilities have been ignored, and basically only like Broadway because it was a diagonal street that cut through the monotonous gridiron of streets and avenues. He was a big fan of L'Enfant's plan for Washington, D.C., with its diagonal boulevards terminating at important landmarks like the Capitol building. Here's his hypothetical city design. It's based on hexagons, though the blocks themselves are not hexagonal, negating some of the benefits I described earlier. It's basically a more rational and repeatable Washington, D.C.
Fuck that guy.
Lamb didn't succeed in making hexagons the new standard in the city design, but maybe the Austrian Rudolf Müller would have better luck. In 1908, he used an efficiency argument to promote the concept. Here's his diagram, where he labeled where pipes and fire hydrants would go. He believes cities would need less infrastructure if hexagons...
We love marbles here in this broadcast.
It's worth noting that, like Lamb's design, this is not a pure hexagon plan. Muller used a hexagon and triangle scheme. The triangles in the center of the hexagons would be green space or feature public buildings and churches.
Okay, that's actually kind of cool. That's promoting a shit ton of green space. I like that.
The plan was criticized for not having streets where buildings occupied both sides of a block. Now, sometimes one-sided streets work, like Michigan Avenue in Chicago or the streets facing Central Park in New York, but they're really the exception. Most places need that density of activity to ensure enough business. The one benefit of the hexagon and triangle system was that you actually got parallel streets, which made them easier to integrate into existing cities. He drafted a proposal to fit hexagons into Vienna, but it never got adopted. Still, Muller's drawings looked cool, and there began to be some buzz among architects and planners in favor of hexagons. The next person to pick up the idea and run with it was Nulan Koshan, a Canadian planner and engineer. I'm telling you, hexagons are like catnip to efficiency-minded engineers. Koshan had read an excellent critique of Lamb and Muller's designs that highlighted a simple fact. Those hexagon designs were just overly complex, resulting in intersections that were a traffic nightmare. By the 1920s, when Koshan was thinking about hexagons, cars had begun to make their appearance on city streets, and traffic flow became a top concern. The 120-degree angle of three streets meeting was great for all the reasons I already mentioned, and Koshan embraced these simplified intersections. He created Hexagonopolis, a hypothetical city designed around the shape. He also showed how hexagons could integrate into existing cities, like this diagram here. Hexagons gained some traction just at the right time, and if it had not been for Thomas Adams, we might have had hexagons all over the United States. So if there are any hexagon heads out there, Adams is who you should be blaming. Adams was also Canadian. Both he and Koshan were
Oh, the fucking Canadians. The goddamn Canadians. Of course they would come up with a bird brain scheme like this. No, this actually seems pretty cool. I kind of like that hexagon and triangle shape.
From Ottawa, in fact. He was also interested in the most efficient pattern for streets because, like I said, the car was increasingly prevalent and suburbs began to creep across the countryside, and most were poorly planned. Adams went to Harvard and actually co-authored a book on this very topic. He wanted to know which street pattern would be most cost efficient to develop. His initial analysis showed that indeed hexagons were the most cost-effective way of providing roads and services, while maximizing land for sale. But that's not what Adams published in his book because he wasn't a hexagon head. He was a cul-de-sac, he was like a cul-de-sac comrade, a cul-de-sac creep. I don't know, he's on team cul-de-sac basically. They were all the rage in the late 1920s, especially after the influential plan for Radburn, New Jersey popularized the concept. People like Adams loved how quiet the streets were and how they could be inserted just about anywhere, even odd-shaped parcels, which made them very practical. But hexagons were more efficient. How did Adams deal with this? He took Koshan's plan and essentially made it less efficient for his analysis. It basically looks nothing like Koshan's original plan and includes way more open space than necessary, lowering its efficiency score. In 1932, President Herbert Hoover held a conference on home building, designed to spur new private home development, which had basically stopped during the Great Depression. Adams's book was highly influential, and cul-de-sacs won the hearts and minds of the thousands of industry representatives there. A later government committee...
Fucking Herbert Hoover continuing to fuck us as Americans and screwing us out of efficiency of land. Son of a bitch.
Topic would say, although there is no doubt that the hexagon may be used in certain cases with advantage, the practical difficulty of its application for low-cost developments is that it produces a large number of odd-shaped lots. Basically, the main problem homebuilders had with hexagons is that they created lots that tapered toward the center of the hexagon. So you ended up with big front yards and small backyards. Cul-de-sacs created pie-shaped lots too, but they were smaller near the street and wide in the back, making them more attractive to homebuyers. You could combine cul-de-sacs and hexagons in a way that created a really nice use of space, but that never really took off either. That's pretty much the end of the story. The federal government would go on to incentivize the use of cul-de-sacs in residential design, and hexagons just never really made a comeback. That's why we really only have 3 prevailing systems of street design today. The organic pattern that typified old cities designed before the Industrial Revolution.
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia,
a little bit. Philadelphia, a little bit. But it kind of turned into a grid system.
The efficient gridiron
It started as organic because it ran along the water.
And the suburban cul-de-sac pattern. But there's a little bit more to this story. Yeah, hexagons never really caught on everywhere, but they're around if you know where to look. Here are a couple prominent examples. The first is Canberra, the capital of the great nation of Australia.
Oh, Canberra!
Designed as a part of a competition.
I got friends that live there.
Burley Griffin and Marion Mahoney Griffin in 1912. And once you know it, there's a hexagon right here. The original plan called for even more unique geometries, but they were value engineered out. But the hexagon survived. The Griffins would likely have been aware of Lamb and Muller's hexagon ideas too, and that could be where it came from. The other prominent hexagon is in another planned capital, this time in New Delhi, India. It's located right here at one end of an axis that starts with the presidential palace and ends at the India Gate. New Delhi's design process began the same year the Griffins were designing Canberra, and there are some obvious parallels, including the hexagon. The question is, will we see hexagons making a comeback anytime soon? I mean, they're so efficient, right? Well, I'm not a hexagon head, but I say why not? There are so many advantages associated with hexagons, let's give it a shot. Do we need to start a movement here to make hexagons happen? Let me know in the comments. Well, anyway, hexagons won't solve all of our urban problems, but there is a solution that might solve a few more problems. It's a different approach to zoning that we're used to here in the United States, and it's called form-based codes. Basically, instead of regulating how a piece of land is used, you just regulate the form of the building and don't worry so much about the use.
Oh,
and unlike hexagons,
interesting. I like
form-based
that.
codes have actually been adopted by communities. I've been wanting to do a video on this topic for a while now, and
I mean, I guess that solves the mixed zones and stuff like that. This solves the problem with mixed zones because that's what everybody has the problem with, that you can't have like houses and stores in the same spot. But if you make them look the same, it'll make people happy.
He did. The cool thing is that video is live right now on Nebula. You can go watch it without waiting. That's because we have this thing called Nebula First. Every time I post a video on YouTube, my next video is already live on Nebula waiting to be watched. It's like living in the future. It's amazing. Other creators are doing the same thing, meaning you can watch videos from Johnny Harris, Legal Eagle, Jetlag, and more earlier than you find them on YouTube. Signing up is the only way to get this content early. It's one of the best ways of supporting this channel, in part because I'm a co-owner of Nebula along with all the other creators on the platform.
Oh, it's a co-op.
That's one of the reasons why it's so great. It's creator-owned, which means we make it really viewer-centric. We want it to be great for you guys. We even have an active Reddit community where people post suggestions and comments, and it's not uncommon for our CEO to reply back. That's pretty amazing.
Let's
now,
go
if you
Reacts,
want
chat.
another
Let's go
reason to
Reacts.
sign up for Nebula, I have one. We post a ton of exclusive content there. This includes my Great City series. I profiled 6 cities at critical points in their history. This includes Paris during Haussmann's renovation, the development of the Shanghai metro system, the world's largest, and how Venice got its canals. And if the hexagon in Canberra got your attention, I did a profile of the design of Canberra back in 1912.
God damn. Holy
Nebula gave me
shit.
a bigger budget to produce them.
Is that still what
they're really
Canberra
quite
looks like?
good if I do say so. I also have a Nebula original video called Planning Ancient Rome that I absolutely love, as well as some shorter bonus videos that you can check out. Other creators are posting amazing, original, exclusive content to Nebula as well. One of my favorites is the Jetlag series, which is sort of like a travel game show involving a lot of trains and funny challenges. If you like my channel, I can pretty much guarantee you will get addicted to that series. Now, Nebula is normally priced at a completely reasonable $50 per year, but if you use my code CityBeautiful when you sign in, you get $20 off that annual plan. That brings it down to $250 a month, which is really the best deal in streaming for what you get. So go click on the link on screen or in the description and get $20 off an annual plan, and go watch my next video. It's up right now. Thanks.
That was fun, chat. That was a fun urban planning video. That was a fun urban planning video. So I have been a minute, but that's a 34-minute video. I have one where someone builds a hydropower in a stream. I kind of want to watch that. But been a minute, we'll have to save that for another day. But all right, let's see. Here we go. This video. Wait, you wrapping things up? Not yet. Did you beat Jedi last night? Yes, I did. I had three different bosses that I spent 2+ hours on, but I beat it. I said I was gonna finish it last night. The last one took me 2.5 hours, and I literally said, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give this another hour. I'm gonna give this another hour because I would have put me out a 12-hour stream. And I beat it like 10 minutes later. Good game. I got pretty good at the blocking towards the end because you kind of had to. But I redistributed like skill points and stuff like that. I don't know if I redistributed it properly, but all right. blocking the stream and build 220 volt hydropower. I love watching these videos, chat. I think they're so cool. It looks like he built a concrete platform already and the water's running underneath it, so he's just gonna drop like sandbags in front of it. Something like that. These are so satisfying. Also, it sucks that they have to put the watermark here because there's fucking people that will like take these videos and put them up and say they're their own. Say their own to like get as many views as possible. It's pretty incredible to watch a bricklayer go to work because the way that they can like make sure everything's level without like measuring it. I'm sure he's measuring it, but like it's incredible to see the efficiency that they've been able to develop over their career. Also, I'm assuming that this dam as well as like other dams have to be built in an arc way because an arc is like the strongest form, which is obviously why the Romans built all of their like aqueducts and stuff with arches. I wonder if this mortar that he puts on the outside of the thing is different than the mortar that he puts in between all the bricks and everything like that. Wow. That looks really good. That thing had to be custom made. But he's putting, you see, he's putting the wiring in there to make that concrete stronger and more durable. See, that looks different. That looks like a different mix of concrete than the mortar. I was wondering why he didn't do that part of the part of the dam yet. Oh, he put the string there. He put the string there so he can make a proper angle. Oh. We put a natural waterfall there. We put natural rocks and everything there as like a base. Man, it's too bad Otto's not here because Otto could... This is probably shit that Otto loves. Kind of like he loves avoiding the top of the hour ad break. Because the top of every hour, run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now. Oh, that's got to be a bitch to do. Chat, this is this is shit that we can be doing. We could be doing this to produce electricity. Just putting it in the mold and dumping it in. Easy work. Energy efficiency. Or effort efficiency, I should say. Sweet. Oh, he has to build a spillway if it gets too high. Instead of it going over the top of the dam, he has to build the spillway and let it run away. Chad, as someone who dug a shit ton of holes as a kid, there's nothing more satisfying than when you find the hole. I know what I said. I know what I said. Oh, he put pipes in. I was wondering what he was going to do. That's probably the way to do it. I wonder if in the description it says how long it took to make it. So he built one full-blown spillway, and then he built another one where it pools. It looks like he's about to put an energy generator in the one where it pools. Oh. Okay, so basically he's going to prevent water from going through the chutes, and instead of the power generation being within the major part of the dam, he's going to have it go through the spillway. That sounds great. The fuck is all that racket? He's screwing the he's putting the motors in place to raise and lower the oh, it's literally construction, I see. Yeah. He's literally the fuck, I can't think of I can't think of the official name for the doors. Sluice doors? Yeah, see, he just put sandbags under the, so there's like piping underneath the platform that he had built previously, and he put sandbags in front of the holes so that the dam will hold back the water. So this is the overflow. This is the overflow right there. And this one's lower, so the water's going to go down through here. Yeah, there's a spillway there. This is sick. Yeah. So the spillway should end up with less water because this spillway here into the generator is lower. This is where your renewable energy spectrum mine and my hydrotherapy spectrum mine merge. Yeah. Does this have any negative impact on wildlife? Well, obviously, the area behind the dam would increase the height of the streams. Downstream, if you can keep it at a similar flow rate, then it wouldn't be so bad. But upstream, it would actually flood the areas upstream. Loads, but who cares? It's just business. So a lot of areas, particularly the Pacific Northwest, because they actually give a shit about the environment and everything, will do a shit ton of studies to find out the environmental impacts of it. And if there's migrating fish and stuff like that, they will do their best to implement. They'll do their best to implement mitigations to allow the fish to continue to migrate upstream and stuff like that. Which is why you have like fish ladders or literally like a fish chute and stuff like that. So it's producing 240 volts, chat. Which is the equivalent of foreign electricity. It's the equivalent of foreign electricity outlets. The United States does 120 volts. Boiling water with water powering it. No stream setup. I think it'd be a little loud. There's also some possibility that the water coming out of the dam itself or the generator itself would be warmer than what it was going in. Don't worry, the noise gate would take care of that. I do have a good noise gate. It's interesting how dirty the water looks, considering that stream looks super, super clear, but it probably still has a lot of debris and stuff in the water from disturbing it initially. So actually one way that this could prevent upstream like flooding and stuff like that is if it's like branched off a larger stream and it's just kind of its own like little canal. That would probably prevent upstream flooding because any excess water and everything would just go through like the old stream and stuff like that. So like canals, as long as the canals aren't fucking enormous where it drastically reduces the water flow out of the stream, then it shouldn't be that big of a problem. But I might be talking out of my ass. Because once again, my degree is in meteorology. It's not in, I guess this would be like civil engineering. Civil engineering or environmental sciences. Civil engineer reveals best techniques for building 220 volt mini curved hydroelectric dam with unique turbines. I might flip on over to that one. That one looks good. Oh, this is like a completely different fucking dam. Oh my god, I wonder if he breaks down. I wonder if he breaks down the dams and then rebuilds them. Oh, the puppy. The puppy walking on the dam. That's one way to do it, I guess. Hi, Emily. Hi, Amy. How are you? We're just watching some nerd shit to wrap up stream. Just got done playing Repo with Pals. Oh, how was that? We haven't played that game in a while. That game was really fun, though. All right, chat. After my 2 marathon streams the last 2 days, I am going to call it quits here at 4 hours and 15 minutes. I need to send you somewhere. I need to send you somewhere. Chat. Potato is on. Supa is on. We haven't rated Potato in a while. I don't mind rating Supa, though. Adavan is on. My DJ buddy is on. Nighty night, Ghosty. Good night, Manu. Was good. I spent a lot of it dead. That happens. That happens, Emmy. Thanks for streaming. No problem. Sorry you missed marbles. Theo is on. Small Snow is on. Gleok is on. Oh, Gleok's about to raid. But, I'm gonna send you all a Supa. I'm gonna send you all a Supa. I'm gonna show Supa some love. Or we could raid like a huge streamer. Nah, we'll go to Supa. We'll send all of you to Supa. But chat, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. It was good. Also, camera is slightly not. All right, chat, here are the raid messages. Here are the raid messages. First one are those that are not subbed. Next 2 raid messages are those that are subbed. Thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back again tomorrow. I'm not scheduled for work tomorrow. I probably should go in and get some income. But I think I'm just going to play it by ear. I'm going to wake up and be like, I feel like going in, or I don't feel like going in. But I am scheduled for the weekend. Scheduled Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I got that income coming. But it'll probably be a good idea to try to get some more income. But anyway, thank you all so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here, Paul. Glad we could do some React content and watch some fun videos. But thank you. Wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Go Birds, fuck ICE, free Palestine.